guys hear me crunching away on food? Music is way too loud. Can you actually hear me crunching on food? Sorry. Well, I'm trying to eat a little snack before we get started here. Anybody in chat, let me know if you can hear me. Let's do the socials over here. Am I too quiet? Am I too quiet? Do I need to be louder? Oh, okay, okay, cool. All right, I made myself a little bit louder. Okay, let's see here. Gotta do the socials really quick. All right, let's see here. I really gotta figure out a way to make these socials, like I need to figure out a way to, make it faster for me to get these socials up. Like I need to have like some sort of like templating thing or something that lets me output things, like just cause it's, a lot of it is going to be similar content to, similar tweets to what I've done before. So hang on one second, guys. Let me get all the social stuff up. Okay. Hang on. There we go. I have not, Mage Nicholas. I have not. So, unfortunately, like I said, unfortunately, Arby's is a little further away from me than I would like it to be. So, it's harder for me just to get there. What am I trying to do here? No, not backgrounds. Twitter pics is what I'm looking for. Oh, whoa. What's up, Virtual Kazama? How you doing? It's a virtual raid. What's going on? Thank you, Mage Nicholas. We're gonna be talking, what's up, Hansa? I'm gonna be talking a little bit about the concept of heart, body, and mind as it pertains to fighting games and such. Talking a little bit about the woes of commentary and more. So if you'd like to stick around, it's going to be a fun time. Okay, there we go. Okay. Come over here. Do this. Ooh, it fit. Nice. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. Wow. I don't know if you guys heard that. Heart, body, and mind is definitely very different than rock, paper, scissors. It's a very, very big mentality kind of thing, and it's really important to fighting games, and I wish more people would actually talk about it like it's an actual thing, because it is an actual thing, and it's very, very, very useful for all of us to kind of determine what games we like, why we like the games, etc., etc. Dude, man, voiceover is hard. No, DJ Syrup, that's not what I'm talking about at all. It's not what I'm talking about at all, and I also don't agree with that either, because the beauty of fighting games is that you can do all sorts of different styles, right? Like, if you have a good fighting game will reward all three aspects of fighting games, and I think that that's really important. Oh god, 3 a.m. Well, I mean, that's when I've been doing all of my recording, and Jesus Christ, like, all of those tutorial vids that I've been making for City of the Wolves, I swear, like, I'm recording like 2-3 hours footage for each video. You know, shout outs to my editor for actually editing them down. Okay, let's do this. Hydrate. Yeah, but that actually reminds me that I do need to do something that's tangential to hydration, but not actually hydration. Thank you, Gergi Art, for reminding me. And see, Gundam Jehudi Kai, it's interesting because, like, that's not quite. We're not talking about directly the players if they are a hard, you know, like that kind of stuff. We're going to be talking about how it pertains to the games themselves. What? The stream tile hasn't updated? I thought I updated it. What? Did I? So I updated it on the Ultra Chen TV channel, but I didn't update it over here, or did I? I don't know. Oh, weird. Okay. Let me see. Oh god, you're right. It is the old one. Jesus. Okay. Oh boy. Oh well. Well, hopefully it should be fine. Because because that just means anybody who's getting notifications are getting the old notifications, but whatever. It's one of those things. Hope everybody's doing all right. How are you guys enjoying City of the Wolves so far? And also check out my awesome New Jersey here thing from Dynamic. I just tweeted about this thing is really nice, actually. By the way, it's like really like kind of stretchy and it's very comfortable. Like it's really cool, and it's a cami jersey as you can see back here. Whee! So shout out to Dynamic for this. Oh, right. Heart, muscle, mind, classic archetypes, and rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, again, this is going to be a little bit different. The topic that we're going to talk about is a little different. So, yeah, it's like a football. It's a football. I mean, it's literally from a United Kingdom company. So I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? So a lot of old school fighting game players are really enjoying City of the Wolves. And that's kind of what brought up this conversation because I said on Twitter, I was like, I'm not surprised that a lot of old school players are enjoying it because City of the Wolves is very much a heart game as opposed to a mind game, which a lot of, I mean, it's again, if we talk about this properly, and I don't know why I'm saying this now, this is going to be on the official stream once I officially get started, but, you know, the more we talk about this, the more we can understand, you know, what fighting games we enjoy, what fighting games we will enjoy less, etc., etc. And, you know, it's just, it's so important to discuss because not all fighting games are created equally. And I don't mean in terms of quality, I'm talking in terms of mindset of how to really gel with what the game is trying to make you do. So the Gallant Guy, Guilty Gear is a hard one. Guilty Gear has always been, whoops, actually, hang on a second. Guilty Gear has always been one of the, like, best balanced of the games. I've always felt like it's always been one of the best balances in terms of heart, body, and mind. And in fact, I've always used Guilty Gear as kind of that like perfect meeting point between all three of them, which is one of the reasons why I really love Guilty Gear so much. Oh shoot, I haven't done some stuff. Yeah, the chat is not there. I just noticed that right now. Oh, let me finish this first, okay? Let me check something really quick here. All right, and then okay. Ooh. There we go. All right. Let's do that, and then let's go over here to this thing. Let's remove this like so. Let us auto-find live sources. Yes, here we go. So we activate that, and then we are, okay, Okay, we should be there, and then sign in here. And now, let's see what happens if I do this. Okay. Oh, well, there's the YouTube one, but not the Twitch one. Interesting. Okay. Whose channel's that? Okay. Hey, thank you, Rainstorm. Appreciate that. Hope you are, oh, why am I streaming? Because this used to be on Ultra Chen TV. I'm still streaming to Ultra Chen TV just so that people who are still used to going to that Twitch channel go over there. But the goal is to have everybody eventually move over back to this, well, now to this channel, basically, because this is going to be the official channel that we will be streaming on from this point forward. Why are you not working? All right. So that's also why the Ultra Chen TV channel there we go. That's why the Ultra Chen TV channel is currently also, but where's the YouTube one? Oh, because I only did it to that one. Ooh, right. Okay, so what I should do is this. This should go to both. Test. Yes, okay. Yay! Still a little shaky on getting all that stuff up. Do I think it would have to be a primarily heart game? No, I don't think so. I think if we can get something that is kind of like right in that meeting point is gonna be the best. Is gonna be our best option. And save a lot of these questions for the show. Actually, save a lot of these questions for the show because this is all good stuff. So, Kevamani, save that question because that's a great question. It'll remind me to bring up a point that I really, really want to make. So save that question for when the show officially starts. I'm just doing the beginning, let everybody saunter on in over here. Yes, so use your Prime on the Jay Chenzor channel because eventually the Ultra Chen TV channel will be, I'm not going to delete it, but it's going to just stop being used. It's going to, quote, sunset in a way. So, oh yeah, I've seen Elena's trailer. I've also seen the, I mean, we could probably, I mean, if I have time, I will analyze that trailer as I normally do. Because I always like, you know, picking apart some of the craziest things about it. So we'll see if we actually have time to get to that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay. It's so funny that everybody's freaking out about healing. It's not even, it doesn't even look scary to me. Like it literally, I mean, maybe people are scared that if she does healing, it's gonna gain like all of a sudden she gains like 50% life back, but I don't think we have any reason to believe that at any point. We haven't seen what the health recovery is like, you know, so I'm not sure why every time people see healing, they're like, oh my god, you know, it doesn't, like, again, healing was only messed up in Street Fighter 4 because it was an Ultra. Not because healing is good. It was messed up because healing was an Ultra and you can focus attack things to gain Ultra meter so you could heal yourself a bunch of times in one round. But if it's tied to a super resource, there's very, very little chance that healing will be broken. Yeah. No, that's exactly what it is. Healing is, it's literally, you have to land the level 2 and then choose to do the healing route for less damage, essentially. So it was, yeah, like I said, Elena's healing was never a problem. Even in Third Strike, like, it's largely considered her worst super art. It had its uses against slow characters, for example. Like, you could use it against Hugo, because if you knock him a screen away, you could just heal, and Hugo's like, I what? Like, but for the most part, if you were serious about using Elena, you wouldn't use healing, right? And in fact, when we saw MOV, basically play all of Evo with Elena, I don't think we saw him use healing one time. Yes, you could make it a little bit shorter in Third Strike, if I'm not mistaken. You could cancel it a little bit earlier. But again, it didn't recover that much. You only had one bar, and it healed. And if you used it and canceled it, you didn't heal that much, and you had no more EXs left. Like, it wasn't good. And so you always have to remember that healing is always going to be a product of how it's used, right? Like, it's a resource thing. And so in Ultra Street Fighter 4, it was an Ultra, which is an infinitely gainable resource. If you focus attack something and backdash, and then let your health heal up, you got free Ultra Gauge, right? So it's just not the same thing. I mean, I really doubt they're gonna go that far, Mage Nicholas, because they really haven't. God, is there any supers that behave that way in Street Fighter 6? Like, I'm almost thinking that. Okay, yeah. Guile, obviously the Sonic Hurricane. He's got 3 different directions of his super. It could be different buttons. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just in the middle, do this kind of thing. Or what I'm thinking is, my guess, and it might even just be on the blog. Maybe they don't say how you do it on the blog, but my guess would have just been like, you do the super, you hold a button, and then it goes into healing, just like how Jury can spend a feng shui engine and Kim can spend a paint can, right? You hold the buttons down to make them do that thing. For some reason, that was my assumption, that you would just do the super and hold the button, and that would be it. And that's it. Yeah, Guile is 2. It's just the 1 and the straight up. So it does matter what button you press, I should say. That's what I was trying to verbalize while thinking about 7 other things at the same time. Okay, DJ has the 3 different music versions of his super. Oh yeah, that's right. I think the hype train is out. Thank you guys. Appreciate all the support. There's supers like Terry's that can do level 2 and then push another bar. So right, yeah, something like that too. Yeah, actually, what if that's the case too, right? What if it's Elena, you get to pivot to the level 2, but it costs drive gauge or something, right? We don't know yet. What if it's just healing drive gauge, like people said? But I think that would actually kind of make it not very strong, to be honest. I mean, obviously it'll save her ass in a lot of good places, but normally speaking, if you land something into, the way that you're going to be able to cancel into the level 2 is off of OD special moves. And so if you have to spend, so obviously she's probably going to have ways to link into the level 2 or juggle with the level 2 or something. But in general, if you have to use an OD to gain your drive gauge back, like, how do you balance that properly? Because if you just make it so that, if you do an OD into it, like, you're going to have to, you have to spend 2 to get more. You know, it's weird. It's weird. It's like I'm not sure exactly how that would work. So, but yeah, we'll talk about that more when we actually go and take a look at the trailer, because we'll be able to learn a lot if we deep dive, analyze that trailer. So, let me also might as well get myself ready on a couple of other things over here. Oh, that's the one, yes. I think that's the one. I think that's the one. All right, here we go. Let's see. Yep, that is correct.
If there's one.
Ah! Quiet, Sajam. Quiet. Not yet. Not yet. We'll get to you in a second. We'll get to you in a second. Okay, what am I looking up here? There it is. YouTube page takes too long to load. Okay, 2000. What are we talking about? Make it heal both players. Oh my god. Over specialized, it might seem like it's kind of weird that it doesn't do that, but I mean, I think the only way they could have done it properly is if the damage effect was just was not synced. So like it's just a cosmetic thing that happens to one side and the other side, and if there's a random factor to the damage and stuff like that, you know, both games that are being played would just look completely different on what gets damaged, when gets damaged. I don't know what the requirements are for that, but I'm sure that a lot of it, because I'm assuming there's a randomizing factor on whether or not things get damaged or not. If you are trying to do rollback netcode, you don't want to have to sync both sides of the battle damage, especially if it's if the damage is randomized, right? Because then it can't be randomized. Then there has to be like the host is going to randomize the battle damage, but then the client that's connected has to mimic all that battle damage. It's just more stuff to keep track of in rollback netcode, and you know, they've probably tried really hard to make it work, and enough time they probably were like, this is not worth it. Like this is not worth, you know, continuing to try to do this all day. So they just said, you know what, no battle damage in online games. So that's my guess in any case. So the classic costumes for all the DLC come with the character, right? Because wait, I swear I have don't I have outfit 2 for all the characters, or do I not have it? I do, because I have Mai's other outfit. Yeah. So, well, okay, I also have the season pass. So if you have the season pass, I think you get the second set of costumes. If you have the season pass and you then all the DLC characters automatically have their second outfit with them. Because I do have the second outfit for Akuma, for Bison, for Mai, and for Terry. So I have those already. And I certainly did not do the world tour stuff for them. So yeah, so if you have the season pass and you get Elena, you'll have her classic outfit right away. So that's the way that it's worked so far as I can remember. So oh yeah. So for all the launch characters, you had to unlock the second outfit for everybody who was on the who was launched with the game. It could just be that on the Steam store, like maybe if you just buy the DLC directly, it doesn't come with costume number 2. That's absolutely a possibility here. So if we go for the content for this game, you can't buy the characters separately, huh? Wait, do you have to buy the season passes for Street Fighter 6? Because if I'm looking at the Steam content here, it's literally only year 1 character pass and year 1 ultimate pass. I see. Ah, there we go. So if I come over here, if you look at this, oops, I guess I can't zoom in here. You aren't going to be able to see it very well on your screen, but here, the year 1 character pass says 4 additional characters colors, and outfit 1 colors 3 through 10. And I'm assuming the same thing is going to be here for character pass with the year ultimate pass. 4 additional characters, outfit 1 colors, outfit 2, including colors 1 through 10, 4 additional characters, and 2 additional stages, as well as 7,700 drive tickets. So if you just get the plain old character pass, you just get the characters and their outfit 1 color. But if you get the ultimate pass, you get both colors, more drive tickets, and the stages at the same time. Does that work on Steam? I don't think so. This is Steam. This is not a web page here, unfortunately. So I don't think I can zoom in on Steam. But yeah, if it was a web page, I mean, control mouse wheel, like that's it, right? So control mouse wheel will do the job. So yeah, there you go. So Mage, you probably got the character pass. So that's probably why you still had to get the second colors. Okay, yeah, so if you have the character pass, yeah, you're gonna have to go and unlock the other colors. But unlocking the second outfit was only by becoming as good friends with them as possible, right? So if you had the right item, don't you just go up to them and just like feed them the right item like a bunch of times and then you get their costume? Because I remember that's what I did for Kimberly to finally get costume 2. If I'm not mistaken, you just go up and just like feed them the item that they like, right? And if you know what item that they like, then you can go find those, buy those if you have a ton of money. Right, exactly. So everybody has that unique item that gives you a ton of points. So if you just know what that is, go look it up online if you don't. And then I'm sure, you know, if you even mess with World Tour at all, you've got plenty of money to go buy that stuff. If not, then, you know, just go to the destroy the car thing. Apparently that's supposed to be one of the fastest ways to make money. You just do that, make a bunch of money, buy the items, and then just give them that. So oh, okay, it's plus 20. But see, plus 20, you just need 5 of them. You only need 5 of them, right? So you get 5. I need to jump back into World Tour because I haven't done all the My stuff yet. And I want to do the My thing, and I also want to do the secret cave of a Fatal Fury, fake Fatal Fury characters. Because it's really easy to miss that cave too. Like I remember talking to one of my friends and, you know, we were talking, I'm like, oh, by the way, did you find the cave for mine? And he was like, the what? Yeah. So like, it's actually really hard to find. I think it was Olaf who showed it to me and I was like, what? Oh my God. So if you haven't actually, well, don't, it's just, at this point, it doesn't matter if it gets spoiled to me because it really doesn't matter anyway. So, because I'm not playing World Tour enough to to really justify no spoilers in here. So, um, oh, you get a new song if you beat the cave, huh? Oh, sick. Okay. I'm definitely going to try to do that then because I need all the music I can get. I wanted to do a stream about assigning it. I mean, the thing is, like, I just haven't been streaming much recently because first I was so busy trying to do a lot of the rebranding. And as you can see, the rebranding is a complete disaster right now because YouTube is so hard to get anything to happen on. I have been working on this YouTube issue, and shout outs to one particular person who was able to get one of my issues escalated, one of my tickets escalated, so I'm finally getting help from people. But they haven't been able to help me with one particular issue that's just the most bizarre thing in the entire world. But at the same time, and now I haven't been streaming because all I've been doing is trying to record all of the Fatal Fury systems videos that I'm making. I could stream that. I've definitely considered streaming that, but I just don't know how entertaining that would be unless you guys are cool with just hanging out and just like watching me and like barely pay attention to people because I'm so busy trying to do. And the other thing that I'm scared of is that if I do start doing that, you know, someone will ask a question, and just how I am, I'm gonna want to answer the question, and so I'm gonna get distracted from actually recording anything, you know, blah 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 blah. Oh right, but see, the combo thing is like a speed run kind of thing, right? Like you're literally like, oh okay, like this thing is just gonna be recording and listening to me go. And so in this situation, let me start over again, and that's it. So. Oh, does really? Juicebox actually streams him recording his own videos, basically? Oh, man. Yeah, but like I said, I would have to either not pay attention to the chat or something because I get distracted so easily. Oh, man. Oh, no, it wasn't dashing. It's, you know, they keep putting these great quality of life changes in there. That's right. I forgot to actually shoot my shot and tell them to fix that bug. Holy crap. Twitch does not limit the number of VODs that you make if those VODs are live streams. Twitch does limit uploaded VODs. What does that mean? Well, it's not even just that it's reading the words out loud for me. It's just that a lot of times I've written it all down and I start talking and then I realize I want to say something else, or, you know, I can't read the words that I've written while I'm also doing stuff on the game. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. I might have to steal that from Juicebox then. Yeah, because you have to ignore the chat at that point because otherwise it's like, man, it's impossible to get things done. Oh, I know what a VOD is, but like, is there a particular reason that you're mentioning it to me at this particular moment? Right. Yeah, a lot of times when you write something, it sounds different on paper than it does coming out of your mouth. And sometimes I'll go and change it right there on the fly, but a lot of times I don't. And it also just depends. A lot of times when I say something, I realize that it sounded a certain way, and the next sentence I've written like won't gel with that unless I twist it in a way. Or else I just have to go back and start all over again. So the line that I did just read will sound appropriate for the next line and stuff like that. Like sometimes I'll say something and forget that it's like the end of a paragraph, and I'll say it and I end with a kind of like a and then it just feels weird to like stop, right? Like there's a lot of this, like I have this issue with a lot of like making sure everything feels natural and smooth and stuff like that. So yeah, it's harder. Now I do have a an Elgato prompter, so I can look at the camera and talk at the same time, except my prompter is this. I'm looking at the prompter right now, which is making me look at the camera. Unfortunately, when I'm actually playing on the cabinet, I'm facing this way. So I'm not able to use the prompter for myself right now unless I detach it and move it to this one. And God, it's like, yeah, it's my stream setup is way too complicated. Honestly, I really want to simplify this stream setup to make it a little bit better. I mean, I'm not even streaming on a normal webcam. Like, I'm literally streaming off of a camcorder because when we started the Tuesday show a long time ago, you know, the webcams, they got as good as the C920 and that was it. And we were recommended to do something with better quality. So we actually got a camcorder. But as a result, the camcorder is way over there. The camcorder has been going for like 12 years now, like 15 years now. That camcorder has been around for like 15 years. Twitch and posted on traditional YouTube style video that were not live streamed. Okay. Am I doing something wrong? Did I say that I was worried about my VODs going away? I'm confused. Yeah, I'm confused. No. I'm not tweeting them right now. I'm looking down because my thumbs are still fucked up right now. So, yeah, I mean, again, this camcorder has lasted forever. So, but like I said, the reason why, like, when I'm like, oh, I need to adjust my camera, I have to get up and walk away because the camera, one, is blocked by the teleprompter. The second thing is that it's like at least like 4 feet away from me, so I can't reach it from here. But at some point in time, I need to move the monitors maybe back towards the middle and just have it look like that. I mean, I'm still using this big old desk that I got for the purposes of having multiple people at the desk. Like, we're using the desk backwards because it has that angle, so we can actually have it so that multiple people sit down here. Now, I'm probably going to leave it that way because for synchronize and stuff like that, because it works when Olaf and Kitty are here sitting. But, you know, at some point in time, I might just have, I want to redo this whole area. The problem is that this is my dining room area in my condo. And like, there is a dining table in here that I had to use as a dining table from a long time ago. It's taking up a lot of space. If I wanted to move the dining table away to give myself more space so that I don't have to be so close to this wall, I can be further forward so you can see more stuff back here, then I can put up shelves and do really cool things over here, maybe even put like a storage bin or something like that down there to make my life significantly easier. I could do that, but I don't have a place to put this dining table because the place that I have is very small and there is not a lot of room for storage. And since I've been living here for, God, like 20 years now, dude, my place is like overflowing. Like, I just have corners of my home where there's just boxes stacked up on each other because I have no room anywhere in here. So like, it's crazy. I mean, look, I can show you, I mean, you're gonna see how messy my space is over here, but whatever, it doesn't matter. You guys know, I'm my ADHD does not let me clean like I want to. If you look, this is technically like, this is the front of the table, right? So I have the table angled like this so people could sit here and sit here like at a sports desk kind of thing. And so this is looking straight forward at the TV. There's my prompter up there. There's my lights. And my computer is over here. So my computer that I use is technically a little diagonal here. This is great because I type diagonally and turn my head a little bit, which I'm sure is not going to come back and bite my back in the end when I get a little older. But then here's this thing over here. This is where I actually play the games on. So whenever you see me actually playing the games, it's over here, for example. And so this is basically where I'm playing like this, right? But this is just the dining room area. So there's this table over here. This table is my dining table. And it takes up a lot of space, and all it's doing is using the screen to hold up that I can read the chat over here, right? Yeah, I have 4 monitors technically. But, you know, I just have this chat over here. So that way, when I'm looking at the camera, I can actually see what people in the chat are saying. But it's taking up a lot of space. Like, I don't need all this part of the front table over here. If I could just put my monitors in front of me when I'm facing forward like this, all 3 of my monitors in front of me, and just put a webcam on top of my monitor with the teleprompter right there, etc., that would be very, very convenient. But the way that it's set up right now is I'm losing a lot of space over here. If that TV was 1, not there, or 2, on a much skinnier space, I could actually be further away from this wall over here. And then if I'm further away from the wall, like you'd be able to see like more of the stuff over here. I can make it look nicer. Not that the Darkstalkers posters don't look nice, because the Darkstalker posters are sick, and I love those things. But again, just the way that everything is set up is kind of messed up. And like I said, I could take away that dining table and find the space and you know, and move everything forward and have more space and all that stuff. But the problem is, I have nowhere to put that dining table. Literally nowhere to put my dining table. You use your OLED TV as a monitor. Am I wrong? Look, I'll be honest with you. Like, you start talking to me about like OLED and all that technology and stuff, and I honestly don't even know what that necessarily means. I'm assuming, you know, OLED is some sort of like optimized LED monitor or whatever like that, you know, kind of situation. Oh yeah, and of course, on the side over here, I still have my CRT with my NES attached to it, because the intention was to try to see if I could max out in NES Tetris using DAS, and I found out it's too hard. It's too hard. DAS is too hard. I couldn't do it, so I gave up. But now the monitor is just there, and it's taking up space that it doesn't need to take up right now. Yeah, and I mean, I don't even want to show you what the rest of my house looks like right now, because it's just bleeding. It's bleeding crap everywhere, because I just have no storage space here. I have no storage space, and I can't afford storage, because I live in Santa Monica, and when you're in Santa Monica is considered like a posh city, even though I don't live in the posh area of Santa Monica. But everything, all prices are inflated here for stuff like that. Like, if you need to get your home fixed, you automatically get charged the Santa Monica tax. I told a story a long time ago where, you know, my cats, I don't even know how, they somehow they had a flea problem briefly. So I had to get an exterminator here, you know, one of those, Terminix or whatever like that, to come in here and spray my home for a while. And I found this one thing that was online that was like, oh yes, we will come and spray your house, $99 guaranteed. And so I called them, and they were like, yep, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, hey, can you spray this? And they're like, what's your address? And I told them, blah, 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 Santa Monica. And they were like, okay, we'll have to come by and take a look. And I was like, okay. So they came over, and the guy took a look, and he was like, yeah, it's going to cost like 170, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, why? You said 99 on the thing. He's like, yeah, well, we have to do an assessment and blah, blah. Dude, like, oh, it's that way like every freaking time. I swear to God, like So like storage units out in this area are just astronomical. So I can't use a storage unit. I should probably throw a lot of stuff away. But one, I'm a pack rat, and two, I've actually gotten rid of a lot of stuff in the past. I have a lot more that I need to get rid of. But honestly, like even okay, oh man, now I'm gonna bleed into this topic over here, man. I need to do a donation stream at some point in time, or like a subscribe and donation stream, because I'm still missing a little bit from the amount that I need help for with Jasmine, and I'm just it's oh my god, it's been so stressful. It's been super stressful. Holy crap. But I'll talk about that some other time. I'll do a donation stream at some point. But yeah, finances is not really good. Yeah, I mean, like butter containers, blah, 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 stuff like that. I mean, I've even gotten rid of a lot of those things, but I still have a lot of empty boxes here and there that, like, it's just really hard for me to throw out. But I've even cleared a lot of that stuff at one point in time. And then a lot of it also is just, I just need to dedicate some time to do these things. But I haven't done it because, like, I'm always like, God, I need to do, like, every moment I'm like stressing out about not doing the KOS, I'm sorry, the Fatal Fury systems videos. I'm like, why am I recording? Need to record. And then like, but then the ADHD just makes it so like I don't do anything because like, I'm like, no, I'm supposed to do this and I get blocked from doing this, but I can't do anything else productive because if I do that, then what am I doing? I should be doing this. And so you end up doing nothing. And it's just like, it sucks. It's really annoying. Oh, man. Hey, you say that, Forrest, that I can still work as a commentator. But, that's a whole nother story, man. It's a whole nother story. Again, we'll talk about this when we get here, but have you seen me do anything recently? I have no information. I don't know if it's just a bad coincidence or anything, or I don't know if I did do something wrong. Maybe I did. And like I said, we'll get there here. That nobody tells you. So like, I don't know if I'm just in the doghouse for no reason or something. So it's just like, it sucks. It sucks. And that's just the thing, right? I mean, like I said, we'll get there when we'll talk about that when we get to that topic. So, man. So, yeah, we might as well get started then. Let's just get started. Let's just get started then. Again, we'll get to that topic later, Mage Nicholas. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about all this stuff here. Let me do something really quick. Okay. All right, let's do this. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host, James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor. How's everybody going out there? We're going to be talking about an interesting topic over here, concept called heart, body, and mind. And there's a lot to this topic and a lot of history with the topic as well. And you're probably wondering, what the heck do I mean by heart, body, and mind? Well, this was a concept this is probably a concept that people have thought about before, but Laugh, a Korean player who's amazing at CVS2, lived in NorCal at one point in the time, came up with this idea of fighting games and players that play, more heart, body, and mind. And really kind of popularized this topic. And actually, I should have busted this out beforehand, but Core Gaming, who's friends with Laugh, I'm pretty sure, I think. I don't know. Don't quote me on that one. But he definitely did a video about this before. So he has a video here. A very short video, just a little 5-minute video. Obviously, I'm going to go a little longer than that. But as you can see over here, oh, nope, you can't see over here. Now you can see over here. Core Gaming has this analysis, the 3 types of fighting gamers, Laugh's theory. And so, he definitely talks a lot about this concept of, heart, body, and mind. And what that means is that, in terms of fighting games, how that actually plays out is that, heart is the players that, just they can feel it, like, oh, he's going to wake up DP right now, and they don't know exactly why they feel that, and they're usually right, and they're very good at that. And players that exemplify that kind of game style, I think Alex Valle is the greatest heart player maybe that we've ever seen, because the way, I can't explain it, like having been exposed to Valle for so long, like, watching him play and fighting against him, like that guy just knows what the right thing to do is at that time. But, again, there's so many people who are right up there with him. Daigo, Justin, these are all amazing heart players, right? So these are guys who are just good at making decisions, and they tend to make the right ones. There's the mind players, who are the ones who love to go to training mode and set up everything and like, oh, cool, if I do this, oh, cool, I found this trick that if I set this up, this move looks like it hits from the front, but now it hits from behind. Oh, okay. Oh, what can I do in this mix-up in this situation? Oh, that's cool, right? And body is the players who just have execution, right? Oh, well, mind players, great mind players, for example, are like Cien, for example, who's just so good at labbing. And in fact, one of the reasons why he won Evo using Gen was because he had all these crazy cross-up setups with Gens off the wall and stuff like that. I don't know why, like, there's a lot of good players out there who are just good at labbing situations, and those are kind of like the mind players out there. And then there's the body players. The body players are the guys who are just really good at execution, right? And so a lot of the times, these players are the guys who just like to hit you with the combos, or they just have the sickest mix-ups and everything, and they tend to just kind of, get by on having that kind of talent, that ability to just do the things that a lot of other people can't, and so, good, a lot of the Marvel players, for example, are going to be very strong body type players, because you obviously need to have a lot of execution to play that game. Like, you cannot survive playing like UMVC3 or MVC2 without having execution. I mean, there's some characters that can pseudo bypass it a little bit, but like, you really need it to be able to do most of the crap in the Marvel games, right? And so a lot of the people who are good at those games are going to have very strong body components of their game style. That's basically the original theory here as presented by Laugh, that these are the different These are the, whoa, what did I just do? Sorry, hang on a second. Okay, there we go. That these are the, I have no idea. I just did something to my webpage and I have no idea. This is the concept that these are the kind of players that exist. However, I like that description, but for me, it's actually been more valuable to me as a fighting game enthusiast and as a person who likes to study fighting games. It's become more important to me to talk about heart, body, and mind in terms of the games themselves. And this has become such an obsessive concept to me by thinking about these games as a heart game, a mind game, a body game. And as a result, for me, it has explained so much about a lot of people's tendencies and what they like and what they don't like. And I have now gotten to the point now where, because I have this concept, that I am really, even just really good at being like somebody be like, oh, I want a new fighting game, but I don't know what to play. And I'm like, what is your current favorite fighting game? Oh, it's this thing. Okay, then play this. You know, like, I know where to lead people. I had someone tell me they couldn't get into Street Fighter V a long time ago. So I was like, play Samurai Showdown. And they played Samurai Showdown and they loved it, right? And so, like, you know, this is kind of been almost like it's been so important in how I look at fighting games. This conversation got brought up. I mean, not even really necessarily being able to tell storylines of the players of the tournaments, because it's different. Like, this kind of concept here is not something that I apply to commentary. This is just something that I apply to teaching fighting games, to understanding fighting games, to figure out what makes it so that people like fighting games. Because all I've ever done in my whole entire life is try to figure out how to get more people to play fighting games. That's all I've ever tried to do, unfortunately. So, you know, that's kind of where it applies for me. So this whole topic came up because I was just seeing so many old school players just being like, oh my God, I love Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. Like, I am having so much fun with this game. Oh, I haven't played a game like this in a long time. Like, a lot of the players from my generation, from the generation right after mine, you know, the Street Fighter 4, the Street Fighter 4 and prior generation, a lot of people are really enjoying Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. And so I tweeted out a tweet that basically says, go. Fatal Fury City of the Wolves is clearly a heart game with regard to Laugh's classic heart, body, mind discussion. It is not surprising to me at all that so many old school players are finding so much joy from the game. Like, frame data is nice to have, but it matters so much less due to so many mechanics. And, you know, I talked about this. I know I keep talking about this idea of heart games and mind games, and many people out there think I'm just blowing smoke. But the evidence is too strong, not to mention that Daigo said the same thing in different words and everyone thought he was a genius. But then I said, but I think it's so important to acknowledge this because it really helps us as a community understand why we like certain games over others, and more importantly, why we don't like some games over others. Different fighting games encompass very different base mindsets. And I think that this is really, really important to understand, because as a fighting game player, I am a heart player. I have always been a heart player. And when Street Fighter V came out, I had a really hard time understanding the game. I couldn't figure the game out. Like, I was not good at that game for a long time. What actually got me to understand the game better, what actually made me better, ironically, switching to a much worse character. The problem is I was playing Street Fighter V with Cammy, who I played in Street Fighter 4. And so a lot of what I was doing was trying to replicate what Cammy did in 4 in Street Fighter 5. And to be honest with you, she's barely different. She's like the exact same character practically between the two games. And I couldn't use her. Like, it just, like, nothing worked. And I had so little success with her. It wasn't until I switched to Lucia that I really started to understand the game properly, because I didn't have old biases to blow me up. I started learning Lucia by actually labbing like frame kills and finding setups and doing all these other things. And I started studying, okay, when this happens, I can do this. When this happens, I can do that. And that's because Street Fighter V became a mind game. So the thing about it is, from Street Fighter 4 and prior, all the Capcom fighting games were heart games. Like, almost all of them. I think you could almost unilaterally say that Darkstalkers, the Versus series, all the Street Fighters, CVS2, whatever you want to call them, they've all been heart games. And Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6, well, let's stick to Street Fighter. Street Fighter 5 was the first time it became a mind game. It transformed from a heart game to a mind game, and that threw everybody off so much. Like, so much. A lot of people are like, what is happening here? Like, so, you know, I still remember when Street Fighter 4 was transitioning to Street Fighter 5, a bunch of the old school players were like, oh man, Street Fighter 4 is kind of dumb. Like, when Street Fighter 5 comes out, now you'll see. Because now us old school guys will be able to win if it has like real But the problem was, it wasn't made for them. And so they ended up doing very poorly in 5. And in fact, almost every old school player I have seen who was a Street Fighter fan from the old days don't like 5. Like, there's so few players that have actually played the old games and have found 5 to be more like appealing to them. And, right, exactly. And Forrest, we'll get to that in a second. Forrest says in the chat, what's ironic is they were trying to make Street Fighter V easier for beginners with the buffer system, aka the input buffer. No. So JNV11, see, this is the point, right? He's like, is it old biases? Weren't they the things that tripped up old real players who were just trying and failing to play them well in Street Fighter 6? Blas had none of the old biases. No. This is a completely different thing. The reason why they did not enjoy Street Fighter V is because the game wasn't catered to their mentality. There were not a lot of mind games in the history of fighting games. They've been more prominent now. And for the most part, the best example of mind games in old days has always been Tekken, right? Because Tekken, frame data was very important in Tekken. And in fact, Tekken and Virtua Fighter were the first times where people really started paying attention to like frame data and this concept of turns and all these things. And in fact, when Gerald first tried to teach me, L.A. Akira first tried to teach me and Ultra David how to play Virtua Fighter, he was like, okay, the problem is the way that you guys play Street Fighter is very different than how we play Virtua Fighter. There's this concept of turns. And I was like, what the hell does that even mean? And he had to explain it to me to the point where I was like, oh, I get what turns is now. And then I understood what that was, but it was such a foreign concept to me because old Capcom games didn't have turns. They literally didn't, right? So, and so what happened is that a lot of people have had this kind of, you know, shock, culture shock going into Street Fighter V who used to play the old games. Because the point being is that for heart players, they just make choices. The heart players just say, you know what? So my nickname for heart games are the fuck it DP games. And I call it that because it's just like, I feel like he's gonna press a button, fuck it, DP. You know, like that's where a lot of the heart games come into play. And Street Fighter V in Season 1 had a little bit of that in there because some of the characters have invincible DPs, but it was only 4 of them. So some of the heart players were able to find some success early on by using Ryu, but as soon as they took that away, it solidified Street Fighter V as more of a mind game. Now people are going to be like, oh, what, is just invincible DP the only factor? No, not at all, right? Here's the thing, right? Turns, right? So Power Rangers X is asking what the concept of turns is, right? Let me get to that in a second here. Let me get into that in a second because I want to kind of delve a little bit into this history here and all the stuff that I have kind of logicked out and sussed out here. The thing about it is, old fighting games took place in the arcade. We paid 25 cents, we played, and then we left. Or we stuck around and tried to play. The thing about it is, people have to remember that back then, we really didn't have the internet. Like, if you talk about Street Fighter 2, like, we didn't really have the internet back then. Okay, there was like mailing groups and stuff like that. That's why people were printing out FAQs back then. When people actually wrote and uploaded FAQs, we didn't even really necessarily have GameFAQs to even store our FAQs, right? So, obviously, $1 a game is a ripoff, but if it's 50 cents, that happened a lot. So a lot of the times it would be 50 cents to start, 25 cents to continue, which would make everybody keep continuing and challenging, which was great. But the thing about it is, because we played in the arcade, we didn't have 1, internet, and 2, we had no training mode. We had 0 training mode. The first training mode that was ever created was Street Fighter Alpha 1, and let me tell you, I was the most ecstatic human being in the world. That training mode, I was like, this is the best thing ever. If you look back at it, it is the shittiest training mode you have ever used in your life. There were no options to increase your meter at start or whatever, switch the opponent to block or whatever or not. Like, every time you want to do a combo that involved 3 meters, jump back, show, jump back, tatsu, show, build your meter to level 3, try a combo, messed up, spent your level 3, jump back, show. Dude, it was miserable. It was miserable, but we loved it, right? But that's kind of the extent that we had in fighting it. There was no ability to research stuff. So if anything weird happened, like we have bugs happen, like there was a bug where like Chun-Li did Kikosho in Alpha 2, then something happened, and even though her Kikosho wasn't on screen, it was still on screen. Like you would throw a fireball and would just hit something, and Chun-Li's walking around, and everyone's like, what? But like literally today, if that happened, we would know how to replicate it like in like an hour. We would literally, but like back in the arcade days, you're like, what happened? Time runs out. Oh well, and then you just kept playing. That's the end. That was the end. Oh man, dude, X-Men versus Street Fighter and all those games on the Sega Saturn had no training mode. Literally, did you know that in MVC, the MVC collection, X-Men versus Street Fighter has a training mode? Did you know? Sorry, inside joke. Yeah, pull up the replay and turn on inputs. Yeah. Like for modern games. Yeah, for sure. A similar thing happened to World of Warcraft, says Tyler Wright. Playing Classic when it was new was a completely different experience. Everything was new, everyone was bad, even our computer was bad. Now it's solved. You're right. And there is that aspect to it. So what happened was you couldn't make fighting games for mind players. You couldn't, because there's no way to study it. We couldn't look up frame data. We didn't even know what frame data was. I couldn't explain to you why Blanca's neutral jump heavy punch was such a good anti-air, or it was such a good air-to-air compared to everybody else's buttons. And it's because the startup frames is like one, or so I think it hits like practically on the first or second frame. But we didn't understand that concept. We had no concept of startup and all the stuff. We were just like, oh, this can be punished by this. Oh, this happens here. And it didn't really matter to us. In fact, when the Yoga Hyper Guide came out, which is the Bible for Super Turbo at the time, it had frame data in there. Nobody cared because it had hitboxes in that game. And all we wanted to see were hitboxes. It had frame data. We were like, whatever, hitboxes. Oh my God. Like, frame data didn't mean anything to us because you can't design a game where frame data mattered that much except for a game like Tekken, right? So Tekken, frame data mattered, but the way Harada thought about that game was that he enjoyed having people not being able to lab the game and figuring it out as they go. The way I think Harada wants to design a fighting game is to have an infinite, like, just gigantic ocean of stuff to learn. Because remember in Tekken 7, when people were like, put frame data in the game, he was very much opposed to it. He didn't want to put it in because he felt like putting frame data in games makes games get solved too fast, you know, to something to that degree, so much to the point that he made everybody pay for the frame data in Tekken 7, right? And nowadays, like, you just can't get away without putting frame data in your fighting game because that's a reason to not buy the game. We've finally reached the point where if you don't have frame data in your game, it might actually hurt sales, which is important. But again, the way Harada designed Tekken a long time ago was to be a mind game living in a heart game world, which is why, interestingly enough, all of the Tekken players didn't play the 2D games. And a lot of the 2D players didn't play Tekken, right? There's always going to be the rare guy like Vi, right? Like I said, he is one of the greatest heart players that I know. And so he was able to dominate in Tekken at one point in time, even though it was a mind game. But this was also back like in Tekken 3 or Tekken Tag 1, where the game was also clearly a lot simpler than it is now, right? But even, for example, the Soul Calibur players and the Tekken players, so like everyone always used to call it, oh God, are the fighting game cops after me? Am I exposing too much? The thing about it is like, there was also the misinfo people had about move priority. Oh yeah, we used to say that, oh, this move has good priority. What did that mean? I don't know. It just hit a lot of things, right? It just hit a lot of things. Nowadays, I can actually say priority is the ratio of hurtbox to hitbox of a move. The more area of hitbox that is not also a hurtbox makes a move have higher priority. If a move has more hurtbox than hitbox, it has low priority. So I can actually explain it now. But here's the thing, right? Those games, that you couldn't play them as mind players. You couldn't, right? And so what's interesting about this is, like, you know, fast forward a few years later, we're here at Street Fighter V, and so many of the players who tried to get into Street Fighter V didn't like it. There was a lot of backlash to this game. And why is that? Why is that? And why is it that it's just literally like every old school player like just didn't enjoy playing it? Like, I would go to all of the, like, these Facebook groups or posts or whatever. Every old school player is like, God, I hate 5. I don't like 5. I don't want to play it. Blah, 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 blah. Like, they just all hated the game. Why was it so consistent? Well, that's because all of the old fighting games were, oh, that's right, I was mentioning something. All of the old fighting games were designed for heart players. So in other words, Everybody who ended up playing all those fighting games were the players who became good at making decisions. And it was about the speed of decisions. And it was about the when you decided to make these decisions, those were the players that succeeded. There has always been a giant swath of mind players out there, people who would appreciate more of a mind kind of fighting game, but they had no game for them, so they all stopped playing. It's not that there were more heart players back then, it's that the fighting games were designed for us. And so we self-selected because we were good at these games. And so you just have this giant like group of heart players, and now suddenly you thrust upon them a mind game. And so now all of the old school players are like, this game sucks. Like, this game is so stupid. It's rigid. He can't do, rah, yeah, you know, old man yells at cloud kind of thing. And, you know, I've gotten a lot of Facebook messages like, God, this game sucks. And like all these old players are like, yeah, this game is so bad. And I'm like, bro, look, the game is fine. The game is good. You just have to understand the game was not designed for you. And that's what it is. And I explain it to them. And even those people who are like super anti 5 or 6 are like, huh. You know, they're like, well, huh. You know? And like, it almost like you can kind of see in real time that they're not as mad anymore. It's kind of funny. And so that's kind of what happened here. What I loved about Street Fighter V, oh, that's right, the one thing that I wanted to say here about Tekken being a mind game. Back in the day, it was always Capcom versus like Namco, because back then it was just Namco, right? It was Capcom versus Namco. Capcom versus, oh, we like these games, blah, blah, blah. So my assumption, being a Capcom head, was that all the Namco cats would just play all their games, right? So like, if you were a Namco guy, you played Tekken and you played Soul Calibur. Well, I picked up Soul Calibur 6, as a lot of people know, you know, when it came out, and I really enjoyed the game. I loved the game. And even though it had its similarities to Tekken, I found out that Soul Calibur was a heart game. It was not a mind game like Tekken was. And then when I was talking to a lot of the players who have been playing Soul Calibur for a long time, they actually revealed to me that the cross-section of Tekken players and Soul Calibur players was really small. Like, if you had a top player in one game, you didn't see them be a top player in the other game very often. You had people who jump back and forth between them, but you didn't have this, it wasn't like this ginormous cross-section between the two. And so I was like, whoa, like this was mind-blowing to me, because I just always thought it was like Namco players stick to Namco games, you know, kind of thing like that. And it wasn't the case. And why? Because Tekken was a mind game and Soul Calibur was a heart game. And so the players who liked one didn't necessarily like the other. How is Soul Calibur not a mind game? Well, let me get into that. Sorry, Power Rangers, I'm totally ignoring all your questions. I will get to these things in a little bit. Ask all your questions again at some point in time. So like that actually surprised me, this discovery about Tekken and Soul Calibur. So going back to the Street Fighter V phenomenon is when that came out, and that's why all the old school players didn't like the game, because they were all heart players, because all the old games appealed to heart players. Now, there were some mind players who got sucked up into the Street Fighter and they enjoyed it, and they figured out a way to play the game and enjoy it. But you saw a lot of them, like once they got to Street Fighter V, they're like, oh, this is so sick. I feel so sick when I steal my turn. I feel so sick when I, you know, in this situation, I totally read that the opponent is scared and I'm going to do this, AKA Ultra David. right? So like when he went to 5, he like the amount of joy that David had obtained from Street Fighter 5 is crazy, is crazy. And he's even self-classified himself as a mind player. What was really funny is when this concept first brought up, we were doing a Tuesday show, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm definitely a mind player. What are you, James?" I'm like, "I'm probably a heart player." And he was like, "Really? I would always thought you were a mind player." I'm like, "No, I'm definitely a heart player." And that has paid out like completely because I am for sure a heart player. But what happened is a lot of people who didn't have access to Street Fighter before now suddenly did. So a lot of these people who had more scientific brains, who were more about like this, calculation of, okay, in this situation, this is what's supposed to be, blah, 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 blah. And, like here's this cool spacing trap that I can set up and blah, blah, blah. Like these players thrived in Street Fighter 5. And one of the hardest things about Street Fighter 5 and these kind of games is that, it's not about necessarily just making decisions off the whim, on a whim, right? You have to know the actual situation to know whose turn it is, or you have to study what this setup is, or you have to know what this mix-up is so that you can counter it. And in a way, when you play these games, you have to kind of erase emotion out of your brain. I have said many times that people trying to learn 5 and 6, you have to just accept when you guess wrong every once in a while. The problem is if you don't know the right things to guess. So if you get put in a mix-up and you don't know what the mix-up options are, so you don't know which of the, what your choices of to guess at are, you're going to lose. So what happens? You have to study the situation to know what the mix-ups are for the opponent, so now you can pick between your guesses correctly, and if you guess wrong, you can't even be mad about it. You're like, oh, well, he chose to do that, I chose to do this. And so, like, we're actually going to talk about this a little bit here now. Oh, Chris Smart from H-Town, Houston, I'm assuming? So, I'm sure a lot of people are like, okay, so what exactly makes it so that they're different? Like, why is one a heart game? Why is one a mind game? So with Street Fighter 5, the number one culprit is the input buffer. So when Forrest mentioned this, when he mentioned the input buffer, trying to make the games easier, it actually did a lot to change the game from a heart game to a mind game. Why? Because now everybody could be 99% accurate. And it has nothing to do with combos. Nothing at all to do with combos. The example that I have always given is in Street Fighter 4, Cammy versus Boxer, Balrog. We'll use the American names, Balrog. Balrog's dash punch was -3 on block. Cammy's far standing jab was a 3-frame move, and it reached really far. So, Cammy's standing light punch could punish Balrog's dash punch. But you never saw any Cammy players punish the dash punch with jab. You never saw it. Why? Why wouldn't you do that? -3, +3, -3, 3-frame move. I should punish it every time. That really hurts Balrog's game, right? Well, there was no input buffer. So in other words, the only way you could punish it was by being 1 frame perfect. If you hit the button too early, so once you hit with that far standing jab, the only combo that Cammy had at that range was stand jab, into heavy drill. If you hit the jab too early, you would do nothing into drill. And then Balrog would block that and then murder you because you did heavy drill, right? If you press it too late, he would block it. You can't confirm that cancel. And so you would jab into drill and die. So unless you were frame perfect 100% of the time, then maybe you would go for it and punish it. But because the chances of you of being that frame perfect did not exist, no camis went for it. They only started doing it when people found out about the slinking, blinking, whatever they called it, you know, where you use the select button or the back button, and you found out that empty button actually would plink for you, because you couldn't normally plink a light punch button, right? You needed something of lower priority than light punch, and light punch was the lowest priority button. Well, people found out that back and select actually worked to plink buttons, but on all the joysticks that was back up here, you can't plink that way, which is why a whole bunch of the top players modded their stick to put the back or select button right next to light punch so they could plink it. And so then you finally started getting camis that more consistently punished it. But because you could be a frame off, nobody ever tried it. With input buffering, it's guaranteed. It's so easy to do. And what is input buffering? When you press the button, the game repeats the button for you for a couple of frames, right? So you pressed it, and if you pressed it, like, I always forget if the buffer frame is like 4 or 5 in Street Fighter 6, but it's adjustable because they've literally patched a move so it had a longer buffer window at the end of it, which is really weird. But the idea is that you could press the button 4 frames too early, and because it repeats it, like, pressed it too early. Still too early? Still too early? Oh, okay. Now he's recovered. I'm going to do the move. So everybody has the ability to punish these things a lot better, right? And another thing, oh, I didn't even know a new trailer came out, Brian San Nicholas. I'll take a look at that in a second. And so what actually happens now is that not just in terms of punishing, but also in terms of frame traps and frame kills. So in Street Fighter 4, you know, we had frame data. We liked looking at frame data, but it really didn't necessarily matter as much, because in Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6, if I'm +1, you don't do anything. Like, you're scared, right? Like, you know, if this move is +1, you don't press a button. In Street Fighter 4, we didn't care if you were +1. We hit the button because the chances of you hitting your jab on the exact perfect frame and the chances of me hitting my jab on the exact perfect frame, like, it just, like, you could just count on human error, right? You could just count on human error to actually make you win. So dude is +1, I hit jab, he hit his jab like 3 frames too late, pow, or he hit it too early, and you win, right? And it just didn't matter. So the frame data didn't matter as much. And so with the input buffer, what it's done is it's turned everybody super precise so that when I knock you down and I do dash, whiff, standing roundhouse, like, I'm guaranteed that my next move is gonna be a perfect meaty. And I can do this consistently because I have input buffer now, because it made it that much easier to time. So this is what, that's one of the major factors that turned Street Fighter more into a mind game. So to answer one of Power Ranger's first questions is the concept of turns. Turns is a thing that exists when your game has a lot of input buffer. Tekken and Virtua Fighter have some of the most notorious input buffers in the world. I think Tekken's input buffer window is like 10 frames. It's like 10 frames. So if somebody does Baba and is -10, you can always punish them with 1-2 or 1-4 or whatever, because the input buffer window is ginormous in those games. And that's why Tekken was a largely kind of a mind game back then. When I first started playing Tekken, similarly to Street Fighter 5, when I picked up Tekken 7, I couldn't understand it because when I was using King, people are like, okay, you standing one, use down forward one. Down forward one's really good. Down forward two's really good. And so you know what I did? I would be like, one, two, down forward one, down forward one, you know, down forward two, blah, blah, blah. And I kept getting interrupted. And I'm like, I don't understand like why you guys say these moves are good. I keep getting beat up. I kept getting beat up because the game is about turns. If I hit you with down forward one, I have an advantage, so I can keep swinging. If you block down forward one, I have to hold back and see how you retaliate. This is the kind of concept of turns. You have to confirm if your move hits or is blocked in Tekken. This is something that you have to learn very, very close, like very well. So if I do down forward one with King and you block it, I have to respect you. If I hit you with it, it's my turn now. Because if I hit you with it, I'm plus. If you block it, I'm minus. And so this concept was really hard for me to understand when I first started playing Tekken. And it took me a while before I really started learning how to play Tekken properly because I wasn't confirming my moves as a hit or a block. I was just like, okay, these moves are supposed to be good. Let me just swing with them. And I would get blown up every single time. So that is a major factor, is that input buffer makes it so that you have to kind of know this frame data situation. So, you know, if you block this move and you're -2, you have to know that move is plus for the opponent. So you don't press a button. Because if they press their fastest button and then I press my fastest button, I lose, right? So you have to respect their turn. If they do a move to you that's -2, then I get to press my button first and they have to respect my turn. And so the whole concept is, you know, okay, so every time the enemy's plus, I'm never gonna press a button, right? Because they can always blow me up for that. So then the opponent can then be like, haha, he blocked this, he's scared to press a button, so I'm gonna walk up and throw him. Or I'm gonna do another move that's plus, and so now he has to hold that mix up again, etc., etc. And you know, you can take advantage. This is what's called stealing turns, right? Another classic way to steal turns is to block something, you know, and have the enemy be +2, or you do a move and you're -2, and then ODDP, you know, because like it's their turn, but you know what? Screw you, I'm doing this, I've stolen a turn. That's why there's this concept of stealing turns. That's why you hear commentators mention that a lot, like, oh, he stole a turn, you know, etc., etc. And so that's the concept of turns. That happens with input buffer. And what that leads to is a game where it's so accurate and so scientific that you have to study all the situations. You have to study all the situations. If for example, I always use this example in Street Fighter 5 days, but like, you know, if Zangief grabs you with a heavy SPD, and remember, you didn't bounce away in Street Fighter 5. Remember, Zangief, you landed, you were right next to him, right? So if Zangief did a heavy SPD to you and then dashed afterwards, what's the situation? Do you know? Can you tell me? If you can't tell me, you didn't study enough. And then if Zangief grabs you with the light SPD and then hits you and then dashes forward, is that the same? Is that different? Is that a different situation? And see, this is what I mean. The answer is yes, they're different situations. If Zangief grabs you with a heavy SPD and dashes up, it's his turn. If he grabs you with a light SPD and dashes up, it's your turn. So if he ever grabs you with a light SPD and dashes, you wake up with your 3-frame button. If he grabs you with a heavy DP or the EX DP, which was also plus in the situation, and then he dashed, you had to respect that. But then, if he hit you with crouching light kick, he's too far away for another heavy SPD, so he would grab you with a medium SPD. And now after the medium SPD, if he dashes up, what's the situation? Do you know? If you don't know, this is why you can't fight Zangief. And this is what is absolutely wild. And keep in mind, Yami-Saru, if you just joined, I'm talking about Street Fighter V here, okay? Not Street Fighter 6. I'm talking about Street Fighter V because Zangief was very different in Street Fighter V. But my point being is that these games you had to study because, you know what? The Zangief was never going to miss his dash on the first frame possible, and he was also never going to miss his crouching light kick on the first frame possible after a heavy SPD. Like, that's, like, okay, maybe 1% of the time, maybe 0.05% of the time they might mess up, but because of the input buffer, you can't accept that. You have to believe they're timing everything correctly because it's like 99% of the time they're going to. So your idea of, you know what, I think this is going to be the 0.05% time he's going to mess up, so I'm pressing the button to beat. No, you just don't do that. You just don't do that. So you can't. So you literally can't. And so this concept of turns, when Zangief grabs you with a heavy SPD and dashes, it's his turn. When he grabs you with a light SPD and dashes, it's your turn. You have to understand these concepts. Same thing for Manon in Street Fighter 6. If she command grabs you and dashes, it's your turn. So if she command grabs you and then dashes and command grabs you again, that's your fault. If you see her dash, press buttons. Hardest part is that she can throw out moves that are true meaties, and so if you're just blindly mashing on the buttons and not reacting to the dash, you're gonna get crush countered or whatever. You're gonna get counter hit, and things are gonna go bad for you in a completely different way. But if you can react to her dash, if she ever command grabs you and you see her dash, hit your 4-frame button because she can't win because it's your turn. So you have to study these things. And again, this is largely because of input buffer. Right, so after light SPD of Zangief dashed up, well, if I recall correctly, was he technically punishable? I think he was -3 or something. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyways, okay. So that's one of the things. The other thing, too, though, is that even though Tekken is a mind game, it's not as mind game as Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6. Why? Why? Because, as I said, heart games I like to jokingly call the fuck it DP game. And it's not just necessarily about an invincible DP. It's just that the invincible DP happens to accomplish exactly this idea. But heart games also have a lot of fuck your frame data moves. Like, I don't care what the frame data is. I just don't even care. It doesn't matter. Because if you have a gap, I can roll, I can backdash, I can parry, I can DP, I can focus backdash, I can activate a custom combo, I can, whatever mechanic there is. So many of those old games have all of that built into the game. So even though I'm +1 and it's my turn, press a button, go ahead, I'm just gonna parry you and you die, right? So now the guy who's trying to take his turn, like, he's gonna die because you jab there every time you get parried and then you're dead. Or the guy just backdashes and you didn't option select your jab. You know, in Street Fighter 4, they get away, they focus backdash and like that messes you up, or they focus and let go and hit you, or, you know, they roll because it's CVS and you weren't ready to throw them instead, or, you know, just like a lot of the old games had so many ways to just say, fuck your frame data, essentially. So that's why the frame data barely ever mattered, even outside of the input buffer. So the input buffer isn't the only thing that determines whether your game is a mind game or a heart game. It's just that there's a lot of ways to ignore frame data in a lot of the old fighting games. And so when we get back to Tekken, you can see how clearly how Bandai Namco has tried to implement more fuck your frame data kind of things into the game, right? Because, you know, obviously there are situations where if you're like -8, there's nothing you can do about it. That's kind of one of those like forced jailed mix-up kind of situations. But if you're like -2 or -3 and the opponent tries to take their turn with a standing 1, which is 10 frames, which is the fastest move in the game, not counting stupid things like Fang's shoulder and stuff like that. There are exceptions, Yoshimitsu, whatever, you know. For the most part, most characters' fastest move was 10 frames. But if you were -2 in that situation and they tried to hit you with a standing 1 to take their turn, that's a high. So if you're -2, you just crouch, you watch their high go over their head, and then you're like, pah, and you launch them and you get to murder them. Okay, well, what about down 1? Down 1 for every character is also 10 frames. You can't crouch under that, so if you're -2, you have to respect their down punch, right? No, because in later games, they made it so that you can low parry it. And keep in mind, like, it's like, what? Like, the low parry was designed to parry lows, but now you can parry down 1s. They just let you do that, right? Like in the later Tekken games. Not only that, but most people's hop kicks were invincible to down 1. That's it. That's it. If you were -2 and you started your hop kick, the down 1 would technically hit you, would just go right through you. Hop kicks were literally invincible to down 1. So if they try to take their turn with down 1 all the time, fuck your frame data, hop kick, I win. I get a big old combo off of you that does a ton of damage, right? And so, you know, that's the thing, is like that there's a game that I don't think that was Startup, right? I mean, okay, somebody who knows Tekken more than me, but I was told that they were literally invincible, and I have never had my hop kick lose to a down 1. I've almost always had, there's just like maybe a tiny window. So yes, okay, so if you're in like those -8 situations, you probably can't hop kick. There's probably just a little tiny bit of a startup, but if it's like -2, for sure I have hop kicked people in those situations like constantly, right? Like constantly. So I know that there's a lot of invincibility in there, okay? Maybe not fully invincible, but there's a lot of invincibility. Basically, they created a lot of ways for you to blow these kind of things up. Yeah, and that's why Tekken has a 10-frame window for the fastest moves, because that creates a little bit of the variance. Because if you're -9, I don't even think that you could do the low parry, because you can't low parry. Like there's like a 1 frame, you can't do it right away. Like you can't get up and low parry a low that's coming at you. You need to have at least a tiny little gap or something like that. So yeah, the -8s and the -9 situations were like very special, because then you also couldn't sidestep a lot of things. You can't crouch the standing 1s, etc., etc. I think those were designed to be like the true, like, oh crap, I'm stuck in a mix-up kind of situation built into Tekken. But because the fastest moves in Street Fighter 6 are 4 frames, the variance comes between -1, -2, and -3. There's not a lot of window for variance there. Although it does make a difference, because only in certain, like, for example, if I'm +1, I think it's harder to shimmy. Like, if you're +1 and you walk back and the opponent does a reversal throw, I'm pretty sure you get thrown, because you can't walk back far enough in Street Fighter 6. I think if it's like +2 or +3, that allows you to walk away fast enough. I know 3 is for sure. I'm gonna have to remind myself again. I'm gonna lab the +2 situation. But in any case, like, they don't have as much variance in there, and Street Fighter 6 hasn't, and 5, especially 5, okay? Street Fighter 5 built in no fuck your frame data moves. Like, that's it. There are 0 things that say fuck your frame data, except for ODDPs and your super. That's it. That's it. That's it, right? Now, you know, some things like Gil's parry were a little different, because I think that had at least, what was the startup on Gil's parry? I think it parried even on the second hit, didn't it? Let me double check over here, because I want to make sure I'm right on this. Oh, thank goodness for thank goodness for FAT. I love this app so much. All right, let's see. V skills, blocking. 2 frames of startup. There you go. There you go. Oh, parry windows. Oh, but 2 frames. Second frame is the active one. So it was only 1 frame. Yeah. So it couldn't beat meaties. But in situations where you were -2, you had to be wary of Gil's parry, right? So unlike against other characters, if you were if you were +2, you could swing for free. Gil was a little dodgy because of his parry V skill. But the point being is that game has no fuck your frame data, right? And Street Fighter 6 really kind of doesn't have one either, except for perfect parry, but you also have to accurately parry within a 2-frame window to access that. But it exists, right? It exists, it's there, and it is one of the things that helps make Street Fighter 6 less of a mind game than Street Fighter 5, right? So Street Fighter 5 is like, maybe I would say 80% mind game. And then, Street Fighter 6 is more 60% mind game, but there's a lot of little extra heart in there. But a lot of the old games that we played was 90% heart. It didn't, because again, this is a completely side topic here, but losing invincible DPs is such a big deal because invincible DPs were they solved every situation and you didn't have to die if it got blocked. That's another thing that has changed a lot of fighting games, is that when you get your DP blocked, you die really badly. And that wasn't the case in a lot of the older games. You would just go for it and people would be like, that's cheap if you can DP, invincible DP, and get your turn back. And then now you're on the offense and you get to go for cross. Well, you know what? You have a DP too. Hit them with your stupid, super cheap DP, right? And on top of that, anyway, even if you did have the DP like that, in the older games, it was really such an interesting mind game because it had an execution barrier behind it. Older Street Fighter games, old Darkstalkers games, whatever, the timing to be able to do a wake-up DP to beat media attacks was 1 frame. If you didn't DP at the right timing, you got hit. And that's why it was important also to make it a DP motion, because then you couldn't block like Fei Long can. Oh, I mistimed it, but I blocked the meaty, whatever. But for characters with 4 DPs, you would get hit, right? And so that was important, but you had the piano method, which allowed, because of negative edge, you could press, release, release. And if you just mashed it like this, that means you could actually get button presses for 6 frames in a row. And if you could time it right, you would get that, and then you could actually do wake up DP. So a lot of times, in Super Turbo, you would just go up to somebody and be like, I'm going to meet you because I don't think you're going to get the wake up DP. And if they wake up DP and hit you, you're just like, that's all you think, because you're like, good shit. And when you fight someone who can consistently wake up DP, you're like, well then, we're going to play this game, huh? But nowadays, it's just such a hardcore, is he going to DP or not? It's not, there's no execution barrier behind it. Now it's part of the rock, paper, scissors. There's no extraneous factor to it. And that's another thing, with Street Fighter V, I often talk about the Street Fighter V RPS game, right? Rock, paper, scissors, because the attack, throw, shimmy mix-up is literally a 1-to-1-to-1, right? Because if you think about it, attacking beats wake-up buttons, throwing beats blocking, and shimmying beats teching. And it's literally, that's it. A beats B, B beats C, C beats A. And that's kind of limiting in a way. When you have a game that has a bazillion mechanics, or you have just the wake up DP beats everything, right? And sure, you can actually get damaged pretty badly for getting your DP blocked. But if you think about it, that's fair, because the DP literally beats everything except blocking. And so, for having a weapon that strong to be able to blow up every mix-up that you have except for blocking, the risk-reward is balanced. Because if I'm right, I hit you with a DP, but I can't get any more damage, right? I might get pressure, but whatever. And then if you're wrong, you lose a chunk of damage. So you could wake up DP 4 times in a row, then I block the 5th DP, and it's might even be arguable who's more dead, right? And so the risk reward is there. But that's the thing, is if you have it just so that there's just the 1 beats 1 beats 1 beats 1, it becomes an unweighted rock, paper, scissors. This is something that David Serlin liked to talk about. He was very big on weighted RPS. He was a big proponent of weighted RPSs. You know, make it so that, okay, you do have this triangle, but like, if you do this one, your reward is small. But if you are right here, your reward is ginormous, you know, kind of things like that. And so it affects the decision even without having to add the execution factor into it. That was something he preached a lot back when he was making his Yomi card game. And we were actually all playtesting it at EVO way back in the day. And that's the thing, right? The weighted RPS is like, for example, in Street Fighter V, it's not a particularly good one because the person on the offense like has no way to die. Right? Like, and this is why throw loops are bad in Street Fighter 6, because the options that you have to defend against the person attacking you don't reward you very highly. And, you know, that's kind of right. You should be punished for being knocked down. Why do you get any sort of ability to have a way to damage them and such? But, you know, it makes it very, very hard for people to play in a lot of ways. Because, like I said, it's very uncomfortable. And if you are, especially if you are a heart player, you get put in that mix-up situation. And if you guess wrong 3 times in a row, it feels really bad if you're a heart player, because you're like, he just outguessed me 3 times in a row. My God, I suck, right? Like, you're just like, oh God, like, how did he read me? And the other guy's just going, roll the dice, let's go, you know, kind of a thing. And that's why when I taught people 5 and when I teach people 6, when you get put into that attack, throw, shimmy mix up, if you're wrong, don't let it get to you. You just like, well, I was wrong. Okay, move on. You know, I say that. I can't do it because I'm a heart player. But, you know, it's tough. It's tough. But if you're a mind player, like, oops, I guessed wrong. Oops, I guessed wrong. Oops, I guessed wrong. And you know what you do? You do the thing because you're like, oh, you read me 3 times. You know, while the heart players are like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I can't do anything. I keep losing. Everything I do, I'm like losing. Like, you know, you get frustrated. And so a lot of the heart players do not enjoy, it doesn't feel good to be put in those mix-ups. And that's why I said you have to lab the situation, know what their mix-ups are, and accept the fact that if you guess wrong, you guess wrong. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's go. Right? You have to distance yourself from the concept that you got red, sucker, you know, kind of a thing. And it's why I say that about grapplers as well. The reason why everybody hates fighting grapplers is because when they grab you, it does a fuck ton of damage, right? You lose a ton of damage. You're like, this is so cheap, right? Well, you know, if you watch a high-level Zangief match, the number of times Zangief could have SPD'd the opponent probably numbers in the dozens. And you know what? The grappler probably only tried to SPD in like 2 of them. Because it's scary trying to SPD, because if you're wrong, a lot of the times the opponent can blow you up. If they backdash, you're just like, what? And then they get a free ginormous combo on you. It's the same kind of thing with risk and reward, right? So when you fight a grappler, you just have to accept that you're gonna get grappled sometimes. That's it. You just have to accept it. And if you don't, you're never going to be able to fight a grappler. You're just not going to be able to. Because it's really, like, you feel bad every time you get command grabbed. And it's why I suck against command grab characters, because I feel the exact same way. When I get grappled, you feel like the opponent's like, ah, I got you, sucker, you got command grabbed, yeah! Whereas the grappler is probably thinking, oh my God, thank God he didn't jump. Oh my God, thank God he stood still, But like half the grapplers spend most of their time going, why would you jump there? I already anti-aired you. Like, what are you doing? Like, dude, like, it's stressful being a grappler player, okay? So yeah, well, Kimberly doesn't have a command grab. Are you talking about the Bushin run into the throw? Are you talking about the Bushin run into the throw? Not all. Okay, look, Lance Muscles, don't do that and make people think that we're laughing at them, because I'm not laughing. Well, okay, I do laugh a lot when I SPD people, but that's another story. But look, look. Oh man, don't make people feel that way, Lance Muscles. Otherwise, they're all gonna hate grapplers for their whole entire life. But yeah, you just have to understand that you're gonna get command thrown from time to time, and you just gotta let that rock. You know what I mean? But if you are a heart player and you get command grabbed, it feels really shitty. It feels really shitty. So, oh God, Kim is. Oh my God. You're in the wrong place, Power Rangers X, because I think Kim is not good in Street Fighter 6. Most people will agree. Most people will agree that she is not good. Meanwhile, Guy in a lot of other games is very strong. So in Alpha 1, he was a bully, top 1-2 character in the game. Alpha 2, he was really strong. Alpha 3 is where he got a little weaker. But Guy is like, I don't think Guy has ever been worse than what Kimberly is right now in any of the games he's ever been in. So, oh God. Anyways, yeah, he did seem pretty mid. As I said, I don't think Guy has ever been worse than Kimberly is right now in Street Fighter 6. And I agree that Guy is kind of mid in Street Fighter 4 at one point or another. That's my point. But the whole thing about this is that what's important about understanding the difference between heart and mind games. And so again, City of the Wolves, does it have input buffer? A small one. Yes, it does. So it's very easy it's more easy to punish one frame perfect, punish things like that. In City of the Wolves, it's a lot easier to do one frame links because there's a very small input buffer. I don't know how big it is, but it exists, so you can be accurate. But the thing about it is, like there's so many things the opponent can do on Wake Up, and if they're right, like, it sucks. Like, if you try to do a meaty button because you have the perfect frame, frame data for that, and you put a meaty button in it, and they wake up and just defend, guard cancel into heavy DP break, you could lose 50% of your life. You can lose 50% of your life right there, right? So, they've got just defends, they've got blocking into hyper defense, they've got high dodge and low dodge attacks. Even though those don't work on frame number 1, they work on frame number 2. So if you have a setup that hits on the second frame that they get up, which in Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6 is a legit, yeah, it's their turn, you can't do anything. But even if you're one frame off, you could wake up with a high dodge attack or a low dodge attack and like beat a lot of people's meaties if they're just timed not perfectly truly meaty. They have 10 out of 17 characters have an invincible DP, right? Everybody's level 1 is invincible. Everybody's level 2 is invincible. And everybody's level 3 is invincible. So there's just so many options in this game that, basically say, fuck your frame data. And so as a result, it's less about studying the situation. The other thing you'll notice too is that if you play City of the Wolves, every knockdown gives you Oki. Like, I was like, okay, what if I try this knockdown? How much pressure do I? Oh, I have like 10 years to run up to him and do a meaty attack. Well, let me try this other knockdown. Oh, I have 10 years to run up to him and meaty. Like, every single knockdown lets you have like 19 years to run up to them and do a meaty. Like, it doesn't matter because the opponent has so many options when they get up, right? Like, so it's not about like, okay, what's the situation? If he grabs me with the heavy spinning pile driver and he dashes, he's this frame. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's so many options when you get up to do a lot of different things. And so the opponent can't really impose like a straight up mix, like the triangle RPS on you. And so as a result, Fatal Fury City of the Wolves is very much a heart game. And as such, it makes it so that old school players like it, because old school fighting games self-selected all the heart players and the mind players had nothing. And so they didn't play fighting games. Well, all those old school players who are heart players are really enjoying City of the Wolves. And in fact, I had an argument with, it was an argument with Tubo, and unfortunately, I'm not trying to call Tubo out or anything, but we were having that discussion of, could Tomo be a really strong fighting game player today? And, I know both David and Tomo had the opinion that they're like, no, the players are just better these days. They're just better. Look at Street Fighter V. Justin's not doing as well. Daigo's not doing as well. Don't you see it? Like, today's players are just better. I'm like, no, that's not true at all. I'm like, it's not true. These games aren't designed for these old school players. In fact, the fact that Justin and Daigo and such were having so much problem with Street Fighter V is argument for me that the games are very, very different. And so, the reason why I bring up Tubaware is because he was a big fan of Samurai Showdown. And Samurai Showdown came out in its first year, went straight to EVO, and what was top 8? It was like Kazunoko, Alex Valle, Justin Wong, Infiltration was there, but Infiltration is more on the more modern side. But Henry Sen was there? Like, old man Henry Sen? Like, dude, bro, like, it was all the old school players. Why? Because the game was designed for heart players. And so all those old school players thrived on that game. In fact, Samurai Showdown, at least especially in the first year, was like a 98% heart game. It really was. It was crazy. And in fact, Jay Vissant, super old school player said he just won his first City of the Wolves local tournament that he played in. Why? Because City of the Wolves is more geared towards heart players. So if you make the game geared towards heart players, the old school heart players are going to do just great. And I'm glad that you actually brought that up, Flashy Flash, where you said infiltration as the mindset for multiple fighters. So a lot of people do. A lot of people have the ability to transition. In fact, Daigo even had a video one time where he's like, oh, okay, so I realize now when I played Street Fighter V, one of my problems was I wasn't random enough. In other words, he wasn't taking the emotion out of his decisions. He was still playing too much on emotions. He's like, I have to flash, I have to EX flash kick randomly every once in a while. I get it now. And then he got a lot better. Justin found success in Street Fighter V because he found Manat, and he didn't have to play Street Fighter V anymore. He got to play Marvel with Manat, right? Which is just, you can't touch me kind of thing. So he got to avoid a lot of that, But there are players, for example, like an Infiltration, like a Cien, for example, who are kind of good all around. This is kind of that particular generation. You started finding more players that were kind of built like that had the ability to transition. Tokido is another one, but that's also because Tokido played every fighting game, and so his strategy and mindset was very good at like switching around between concepts and such. But it took a while for Daigo and Justin and a lot of these old school players to really start finding their success in Street Fighter V because the game was very, very different. And in fact, do I have it? Yes, I do actually. Here, let me pull this out here. So I always play this because this is one of my favorite conversations. Again, I have brought up this concept before, and a lot of people tell me I'm absolutely nuts. They're like, you're just making excuses for yourself on why you suck at Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6. And I'm like, no, no, they're actually different. Some people are like, look, James, every fighting game is exactly the same. It's just a different tool. No, no, that is not true. And then we ran into this. Here we go. Let me show you guys this. So this is a video on YouTube that Hi-Fi put up over here. And so someone, I forgot who, is talking to Daigo over here. And Daigo... see if I have the right place where he talks about this. So all-in offensive style is really not really working in this game. You know, Street Fighter 4 was like that too. For players who are strong at faster pace, or players who think that they can win if they're good at playing fast, those players got eliminated during the Street Fighter 4 period. So he's actually saying that even during Street Fighter 4, we started getting this kind of transition to a little bit more of less decision-making, more situation kind of concepts here. But then he brings up Nuki at some point. Says, from my perspective, we've moved from the era where players who have faster decision speed win to the era where players who are good at collecting knowledge win. And he's right, but the thing is, Daigo's not acknowledging that it's the game that has changed. It's not necessarily that the players who collect knowledge are better. And so that guy's saying that the person he's talking to, that's true for Street Fighter V, and there are many little things in Street Fighter 4. It might not be at Street Fighter 4 level, but Street Fighter 5 does feel like that type of game. So what he's talking about here in Street Fighter 4 is that there were a lot of knowledge things in Street Fighter 4, and I'll get into this a little bit too, where it's like, I back through you, I whiff some buttons, I jump up, here's the hard to blockable. Like, did you know this setup was coming? The vortexes were another one. You know, you had to know if you got knocked down. Tokido got famous for implementing vortexes so that when his Akuma knocked you down with a sweep and you couldn't back roll, you could only just get up, he would jump, and then you had to know what all the options are that he had to mix you up that led back into the vortex, right? And if you didn't know what all the vortex options were, you would get destroyed, right? So there's a little bit of that knowledge building here. And that exists in Street Fighter 5. So he's like, so it has changed since Street Fighter 4. For example, says Daigo, Nuki is weak in Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5, right? I know that it's difficult to say that, but he's still strong in old games because his decision speed is fast. It's not that Nuki's getting weaker, but because it's different types of game, right? Yes, it's just that the game style is different. Okay, so he does acknowledge it here. It's just that the game style is different. If he has perfect knowledge of the game, he should be strong. There's no reason for him to be weak. He has won in so many games. But he is frivolous. Don't really like to study. That's why he is not suited well in this era. So in just as many, like in different words, you know, in the past, I was kind of lazy on the study game too. See, even Daigo is admitting he wasn't designed for these modern games. And, you know, it's because he didn't have to. In the old games, you really didn't have to study very much. I just utilized my experience. I could win by that in old games. Heart, 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 heart. Heart. Some people say that the level was lower back then, which is what a lot of people argue to me. The level was lower, but more than that, the game style was different. I didn't know the difference. I guess so. Old games are really different from current games.
だから
And
ま
by
あそういう
looking
目
from
線で
that perspective,
言うと、まあその成君
you are slow after all.
はちょっとやっぱ遅いね。
Anyways, you get the idea. Daigo was saying in so many words, and this was even after I came up with this concept. And then I saw Daigo say it, and everybody's like, man, Daigo's a genius. And I'm like, what the, like, I'm so mad. I'm so mad, because, like, I just, like, I said that, right? Ugh. Right, Rio. You missed it earlier, and I talked about this. Because fighting games, we didn't have internet, we didn't have training mode. You can't design a fighting game to be a study game and get people to play it. Except Tekken. Tekken was the only one, but even then it's not like super rigid. You didn't have the ability to study. So if you made fighting games so that you had to study them, they wouldn't succeed. And so it was the heart-based fighting games that propagated, because those were the only ones that could get this kind of player base, because we didn't have the ability to study. And so all the old games brought out all these heart players. The mind players went to go play something else, like maybe StarCraft or something. I don't know. Maybe the APM bothered them as well. Maybe they all went to Magic the Gathering, you know, kind of situation. But in any case, what happens is that all the old school fighting games were heart games. All the old school fighting game players are heart players. And so this is why they had trouble approaching Street Fighter V. And again, I see so many of these old school players are like, Street Fighter 6 sucks. It's so bad. It's so bad. And I'm like, no, it's because you're old school. You wanted to play a game where you can just feel like, you know what? It feels like he's gonna do this. You know, like when I first started playing Strive, I was just having fun doing, you know, Potemkin's anti-air grab and people jumping into it. Like I would do it, then they'd jump into it, because that's a heart play, right? Like you're just like, you know what, fuck it, I don't care, right? Like you just do it. Like there's just no logic to it, right? You just want to make the decision because right now it feels like it. Yeah, it's just like a whole game of hard reads kind of thing. But that's how a lot of the old fighting games were. That's how they were. They were just designed that way. So yeah, it was about speed of decisions, right? So if you're playing a Darkstalkers game, for example, one of the fastest fighting games you can ever play, like even if you have all the knowledge, it doesn't help because the guy is just air dashing on you and dying and you can't do anything, right? My favorite conversation that I've had in the last like year or two is I was talking to Automatic. Now, talk about a player who's good at doing both. Holy crap. Automatic is really good at doing both, because every time a new character comes out for Street Fighter V or Street Fighter 6, what is the first thing he does? He goes, okay, I load up the character. Here's a good combo into this knockdown. I'm plus 22 frames. What can I do to kill frames to actually get a meaty in there? Okay, so if I uppercut DP, if I dash, that means my dash is 18 frames. So, you know, I have a 4-frame there. I have a 4-frame window, but my jab is 4 frames, but it has 2 active frames. So yeah, if I DP, dash, low jab, that's a perfect frame kill into a meaty. And he does that for like every knockdown. He studies it. He's so good at it. And then one time he was posting about Third Strike, and I was like, do you know any frame data of Third Strike? And he's like, hell no. He's like, hell no. I don't know any frame data in Third Strike. The only frame data everybody knows is that Chun-Li's crouching light punch is a 2-frame crouching light punch. And even that's wrong. Because in today's language, it's a 3-frame button. But back then, we called it 2 frames of startup because we didn't count the first active frame. So a lot of people like to bring it up as a 2-frame button because that just sounds ridiculously fast. Like, oh my God, that's like the fastest button ever. But it's actually a 3-frame button. So even though that's the only frame data that Third Strike players will tell you, they're wrong. Because in modern nomenclature, it's 3 frames. They don't know frame data. Kotaka Shoten is the greatest Guile player in Super Turbo. You want to ask him what the frame data for Guile is? Like after he flash kicks, how plus are you? He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He would look at you weird. He'd probably even ask like, what's frame data? You know, like that's just how it would be. Oh man. Now, did you hear what Daigo said? He said something that is very, very important, and this is gonna be the weird part about it. But he said that if Nuki had all the knowledge, he would be good at the game. And so even though I've spent all this time telling you that 5 and 6 are mind games and this is a heart game, whatever like that, I will say this, is that by the time you have played the game enough and you have reached full knowledge, it is a heart game. So at the highest levels, it is a heart game. Because in the end, the decisions you make are based off of your opponent knowing everything. And the decisions they make are based off of the fact that you know everything. And so once you actually get to the highest levels, you actually do get to the point where the games are heart games. And this is why, even if there were like mind games in the past or whatever, like at the highest levels, people, despite your background, could end up playing kind of the same game, is because by the time you've gotten there, what you've figured out about the game gives you all the knowledge. And so you just kind of know what the other person's capable of. And at that point, it's a decision thing to make. Because if you remember, I talked about Virtua Fighter being a mind game. And, a lot of people, when I tell them the difference between heart games and mind games, they're like, well, mind games are stupid, blah, it's dumb, whatever. Virtua Fighter is a mind game, okay? And there's a reason why I haven't talked about it much, because I just wanted to drop this bomb here. But it is also one of the most respected footsie-based, like, super mind-reading kind of game, like, in the world, right? Like, it is literally just, like, but at the highest levels, when you're playing Virtua Fighter, it's such a heart game. But the thing about it is, you could get abused by situations if you didn't know the solution. Gerald tells me these stories all the time. So-and-so player comes in, does something that nobody had ever thought of before, that nobody ever used this move in this way, and they all couldn't beat it because they didn't have the knowledge. Whereas if you were playing old school Street Fighter, you'd be like, fuck it, DP, right? And you'd be able to beat it, right? Like, you don't have to study the situation. If they're hitting a button, fuck it, DP, right? Like, that's the answer. That didn't exist in Virtua Fighter. So there was a lot of knowledge checks in that game. And so, yes, Virtua Fighter is a mind game, but when it gets to the highest level, it becomes so hard to the point where Gerald also told me the story where Itazan uses Shun, and so does Fudo. Fudo uses Shun as well, the old drunken boxer guy. They were fighting against, I don't remember, it was Chibata or one of the other gods of Virtua Fighter. And Itazan did a 1 to 10 with that guy. And I think the other guy was using Jin, who apparently is supposed to be a really bad matchup for Shun. And Itazan fought him and just died. It was 10 to 1 or something like that. And Itazan's like, oh my God, right? And so Fudo goes up and plays him, who uses the exact same character. And Gerald said Fudo 10-0'd him or 10-2'd him or something like that. And Itazan was like, what? Wait, okay, I see what you're doing now. I see what you're doing, Fudo. And he ran back up and he played a 1 to 10 with the Gene player again and lost 1 to 10, right? So, despite having all that knowledge at the highest levels, it's still about understanding the person, understand their tendencies, reads, mental, heart, etc. So again, one of the hard things about this discussion is because I'm a heart player and because a lot of the people are old school players, because there's more old school players than there are new school players because there's been a lot more old school time. When you describe it this way, people are like, yeah, you're right, James, mind games suck. And I'm like, I never said games that are mind games suck. I said they're different. And this is the thing that has to be established. And this is why, for me, it's so important to think about fighting games in this way. It's because the fighting game, it's the whole argument that me and Olaf like to talk about it. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's bad. Okay? Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's bad. But the problem is, if we don't have this conversation, you don't understand that you don't like it because it's not for you. You feel like you don't like it because it's bad, because it plays weird. It doesn't play the way that you want it. So you're like, Street Fighter V sucks. Street Fighter 6 sucks. No! The whole new swath of mind players that have joined in Street Fighter V, you see it right now. A lot of them are like, let's go back to Street Fighter V, man. I appreciate that game is so much better. It's so much more honest. It's because Street Fighter 6 has introduced a lot of elements of heart, right? Like literally raw drive rush is way more heart, you know, as a heart thing, because you're just like, fuck it, drive rush, right? And so like, people have trouble dealing with that. So a lot of the Street Fighter V players have trouble dealing with that, you know, and that's why they understand why perfect parry is really annoying, because, oh, it's my turn, but I can't just hit you with the mix-up, because if you perfect parry my move, you back throw me and now I'm in the corner, or you get to hit me and you know what, even though it's scaled instantly, level 3 still does 50% of its damage and I died anyway, you know, so, you know, there is that aspect to it. It is not wrong to be more of a mind game. It's a different game. It is a different game. And, Forrest, I know exactly what shirt you're talking about. It's the Broken Tear shirt that says adapt. You know what? I'm not even telling you to do that. I'm just telling you that now what you can do is like, I don't like this game. Oh, right. This is more of a mind game. This is less for me. Oh, I heard City of the Wolves is a heart game. Let me go play that, right? And again, this is my drive all my life, and it's futile. It'll never happen. But I would love it if people would stop being like, you know what? God, City of the Wolves is so good. Like, compared to Street Fighter 6, that game sucks. This is so much better. No, you can just be like, oh, this is a heart kind of game. This appeals to me, whereas Street Fighter 6 is a little bit more mind-based. So, you know what? That game's not for me. I enjoy this game. If you can understand why you don't like the other game because it's not designed for you, maybe you don't have to go this route of hating the game. You know, like, I don't even tell you, like, adapt and keep playing it and get a different mindset. You can just literally be like, oh, this is a different kind of fighting game. I don't like these kind of fighting games. Let me move to this fighting game, which I do like, right? And then you don't have to compare games. You don't have to yell about it. You don't have to think that the game that you're not good at sucks, etc. I should put an exclamation mark, game sucks, or something like that. You know, and that's what it is, right? So Mage Nicholas, you're saying, so DIs and raw drive rush are like some of the most like heart-to-E things possible, right? So you guys are really scared of, like I say, I was making the grappler comment, right? Like, oh, you know, I feel like when I get SPD'd, like it sucks, I lose this much damage. But again, if you're right, you get to damage them a lot, you know, so you're scared to actually do SPDs because you're like, what if they dodge it? I'll lose all this life. Guess what? DIs are the exact same thing, because in a normal fight, when you're fighting in Street Fighter 6, the opportunities for you to DI through a move that they can't cancel, like a heavy kick or something, and hit them and do a crap ton of damage, probably numbers in the dozens. Do you DI all day? No. Because as the person doing the DI, you're scared to try it because they might not have done anything and they might counter you and kill you, right? That's the grappler mentality, right? You'll still throw out these heavy kicks because you're like, well, if they DI me, okay, whatever. But, you know, same thing with the grapplers. But DIs are a lot more heart-based as well, right? It's a very heart-based mechanic. As, like I said, raw drive rush, perfect parries. When the game first came out, I actually believed that Street Fighter 6 was a lot more of a heart game than a mind game. Since we've played it a little bit longer and we've been able to figure out the strategy a little bit more, I've changed my opinion. I think it's more of a mind game than it is a heart game. However, the balance has shifted significantly, right? So like I said, I would say Street Fighter V might have been like 80% mind game, 15% heart game, and 5% body. And Street Fighter 6 is probably more like 60% mind, like 30% heart, and 10% body, right? Like there's a lot more that it's shifted in there. And so basically what I'm trying to say is, yes, you might not enjoy the fighting game, but it just might not be made for you, because there are people now who enjoy Street Fighter V, and when they go try to play another game that's more heart-based, they don't get it. They don't get it. They're like, what's the situation? Oh. Like, me and my friends, one of our favorite phrases is we always make fun of Vi, because one of my friends one time asked him, like, when someone jumped in Alpha 2, he hit him out of the air with Standing Strong. Standing Fierce worked pretty well, but he hit him with Standing Strong out of the air. And so my friend asked Vi, he's like, why did you use Standing Strong instead of Standing Fierce? And Vi looks at him and goes, it hits deeper. And then he just went back to playing. Like, what the hell does that even mean? What does that mean, right? Like, dude, back then we didn't care. We just did stuff and, oh, this feels like it works better, so I'll just use it that way, And that's how we played fighting games back then. So it's harder for us to understand the newer games, but the newer games aren't bad. They're great. They're fun. They're good. Yes, Street Fighter 6 maybe needs a few balance changes here, but still, as a launch, Season 1, Street Fighter 6 was like really good. And I think the reason why some people are souring on it a little bit more is the fact that we have discovered it is less of a heart game than a mind game now. Because like I said, when it came out, I thought it was more heart-based, because a lot of the things that people were doing were very heart-based. It's like, I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do that. And so it felt that way. But as we've shifted back towards the other way, I think a lot of people, especially a lot of the older players that were starting with 6, they don't appreciate it as much. But the thing about it is that Street Fighter 6 definitely has a lot more older school players playing it than Street Fighter 5 did. Like, some of those old school players, they played 5 for like 2 weeks and then they were done. They're like, this feels like shit, et cetera, et cetera. And so Tira was considered bottom tier in Soul Calibur 5, then Shining Decapon came in and won Evo with Tira. Yeah, exactly, because that game is, it is heart game, but there is a knowledge game to it as well, for sure. And yeah, Necromancy Black is saying that VF is a perfect game for both heart and mind players. So I think Power Rangers was the one that asked me before the stream started, what do I consider Guilty Gear? And for me, Guilty Gear has always been the perfect intersection of mind, body, and heart, which is one of the reasons why I hold Guilty Gear in so much respect and why I like that game so much. Exerd and XX, not Strive, okay? Exerd and XX. I've always considered them a really, really great intersection of all three of the stuff. And for people who are wondering what body is, because I haven't talked about body, I did mention that it's about execution. So even then, like, Marvel is a body game, right? Like, so much, like, it's going to be like 50% body, and then there's like a bunch of other stuff. And if you use Zero May Cry, you can play the game as like 90% body, right? like Zero May Cry players can literally not know anything about the game, but if they touch you, they can kill you. And that's the end. And that's all they need, right? And so, people who have no execution can't play Marvel. And that's fine. And that's fine. And again, this is why I get mad when people are like, no, we should have no execution. Execution's dumb. Why gatekeep strategies that I should just... Because every fighting game is different. You can have games with no execution. You can have games with a lot of execution. Execution is not bad. Execution is great. There is so much good that comes from execution because it creates tension, right? If every open three-pointer shot automatically went in, it would be boring. But when you have it so that a player actually has to do something difficult to win, there's tension. You get like, I mean, how many times have commentators just been like, oh, he got the hit. That's it. All right. So this, he should be able to kill him off here right now. And then they drop the comma. They're like, oh my God, I cursed him and blah, 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 blah. Right? Like, but see, in older games, when someone hits someone, you'd be like, oh my God, can he pull this up? Can he do this? Is he going to land the combo? He got it. Yes. Right? But now modern times, you're just like, yeah, he died. And then he dropped it. You're like, oh my God, what happened? What happened? Oh my God, what happened? Right? That's like, okay, this is biased. This is my opinion. But that's like 1% as exciting as watching someone like Daigo do that stupid evil Ryu combo to Momochi for no reason, by the way. But he did it, and you're just like, oh, can he keep this up? Can he keep this up? Oh my God, that's insane, right? Kind of thing. But when you're at the point where you're just like, oh, yeah, that should be the kill. He's got it. He's got it. Oh, man. Execution is so good in fighting games, and I was even just talking to somebody today about that my favorite thing about fighting games is that as a video game genre, they are probably the only real like major competitive, and we're not even that major, but like major competitive gaming genre or competitive almost anything that can actually balance the competition in strategy and physicality. Like, you don't have to be super fit like you do in athletic games, but you have to have a skill, right? But if the skill can't carry you, you have to have a lot of strategy. You have to understand the psychology. And so, interesting enough, video games have the best ability to give you something that is designed for both. And fighting games, I feel like, embodies that the best. And that's why I personally hate taking away execution, but I'm never going to tell you that taking away execution is wrong. Right? So you can do it differently. I love execution. That's why I'm obsessed with execution. And, to circle back on a lot of this, to Daigo talking about this, et cetera, Street Fighter 4. I will say that Street Fighter 4, after all this retrospect and everything like that, might be one of my lesser favorite Street Fighter series. We don't count Street Fighter 1, but if we say Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter Alpha, Street Fighter 3, Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 6, right? Street Fighter 4, for me personally, might not be one of my favorites, which is kind of a blasphemy because people love Street Fighter 4. But what I will always say about Street Fighter 4 is that Street Fighter 4 is the best Street Fighter ever for appealing to every kind of player in existence. Because if you didn't want the execution, Bison exists. If you play Bison, you don't even need to FADC a goddamn thing. You just hit roundhouse a bunch, right? Like, if you love execution, Viper is there for you. Sakura is there for you. If you like the science and the setup and all that stuff like that, you have Gen, you have the characters that have all this knowledge. If you're a heart player, Ryu works for you, right? Daigo heavy DP'd Gamer B 3 times in a row as a media attack. Heavy DP was not FADCable in that version of the game. And he heavy DP, meaty DP'd Gamer B 3 times in a row. That was like that version of the throw loop, basically. He just was like meaty DP, meaty DP, meaty DP, right? Like, if you are a heart player, there were characters for you. And this is why Street Fighter 4 has had that crazy success and why it is regarded as so many people's favorite Street Fighter. Because it worked for everybody. Now, I've had people say like, well, that sucks. What if I don't like execution, but I want to play Viper? That sucks that she's so execution heavy. Sucks to be you, I guess. Tough luck. Like, whatever. Go find the character that works for you, right? Like, just do that. Like, dude, seriously? Like, this is what you're gonna complain about? Like, but that's the beautiful thing about Street Fighter 4 is that there was a character for everybody. If you were a Marn or Punko style, Gamble style player, Seth and Dudley existed for you. Viper existed for you. If you liked crazy execution, crazy mix-ups, Viper was there. If you're like Chris G and you can sit there and do all of Sakura's loops without plinking, God knows how he does that. You can. And, Chris G likes having high execution stuff because it makes him feel good when he does it, right? And so it's great that Street Fighter 4 can reward that. One of the dangerous things about a lot of fighting games these days is that there's a lot of homogenization of all the characters, right? So one of the complaints that I've always had about 5 and 6, okay, let's make it so that all the sweeps are very punishable. And let's make it so that, everybody's X kind of behaves the same. City of Wolves kind of has that problem, right? 10 characters have DP move, and they all behave exactly the same. The light one's invincible, the heavy one is breakable, and the heavy one into break is how you can launch people into combos, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of homogenization nowadays, and while I get it, that's good for balance. It does make it a little bit tougher to feel the same kind of thing, to have that ability to attract multiple kinds of players to your game now. A lot of the times in fighting games these days, the systems are stronger than the characters, right? And that is one of the advantages that 5 had, is at least the V triggers really individualized the characters, right? The problem was a lot of the best characters were button into V trigger, which then homogenized their V trigger because the post mix-up didn't matter who you used. If you had a good mix-up, that was strong, right? And so the problem was that, right? And that turned into now, okay, everybody has that button that leads into V trigger. So when they have their V trigger ready, I am going to pay attention to the opponent expecting that one button, and I'll play around that one button. I can punish them for trying to get that easy activation kind of route, And again, at the highest level, everything becomes a heart game because as long as everybody has the knowledge, then it's about the decisions. And like I said, anybody who even dares and tries to say, well, no, 5 and 6 are bad because they're mind games. Dude, like I said, Virtua Fighter, dude, and Virtua Fighter has the greatest reputation ever. Right? One of the things about Virtua Fighter I will say, though, is that a lot of its RPS is more weighted. I talked about the weighted RPS earlier when I brought up, for example, that's something that Serlin prescribes to very, very much. Weighted RPS is very big in Virtua Fighter. And also, when you're in a situation, a lot of the times, it's not just directly RPS. There might be 3 options that avoid this one. It's just that this one is not as good, but, if you're right, holy crap, and stuff like that. There's a lot of, different kind of weightedness in it when you do play Virtua Fighter at a higher level. One of the reasons why a lot of the top players don't like something like throw loops is because it's really kind of a binary decision, right? Am I going to throw loop or am I not, or am I going to attack? Because I think you're going to jump or whatever. So it doesn't have that kind of weightedness to it. And every correct answer to fight a throw, if you literally have, if you were Biff Tannen and you went into the future and watched the VOD of your match and went back and played it, and you're like, I know he's going to throw, and you didn't have a super, how are you going to hurt him? How are you going to hurt him? You know he's going for the throw. How are you going to hurt him? And this is the problem with throws. If you tech the throw, you're still in the corner. Sucks to be you. If you backdash, most of the time, if it's a perfectly meaty throw, you can't punish that. In fact, the other guy has the advantage a lot of the time. If you jump, you get anti-aired. If you try to get out of the corner, someone will do crouching fierce into Tatsu and switch sides and B plus and whatever. this is why people get mad at throw loops, because the risk reward isn't that strong, right? And so it turns that into kind of like a binary decision where even if you're right, you don't get a lot of benefits out of it and stuff. So what did you learn about Fatal Fury? Power Rangers X? Power Ranger X? What did I say? Yeah, so wrapping this up, because I've been talking about this for almost 2 hours already. The whole idea is that if we can get used to talking about fighting games this way, if we can stop having this false narrative that all fighting games are the same, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Like, no, because if you tell somebody all fighting games are the same and they're good at this game and they're bad at that game, clearly they're bad at this game because the game sucks. But if you're like, oh, well, this fighting game is different from this fighting game. Oh, yeah, I can't play that fighting game because I'm not good at that kind of fighting game. You don't have to soothe your ego by saying the game sucks and that's why you can't win. You can just be like, oh, yeah, that's not for me, right? I mean, if you watch a movie and you say, I hate horror films, like, you hate horror films. You don't enjoy horror films. Like, some people might make fun of you for it, but what, like, that's just your taste. And if we acknowledge that fighting games are very different between them, we could have so much more interesting conversations about this. We'd have deeper conversations about fighting games. We can actually talk about them intelligently. We can actually analyze and understand what this fighting game does and what that fighting game does, et cetera, et cetera. You know, it's just, it creates such a better narrative for all of us to talk about fighting games. And, you know, obviously I tell people stop shitting on other people's fighting games, and that's not going to work. But if we can get into this conversation, that might help. That might help. And then we don't have to feel like the FGC is toxic because everyone's shitting on each other's game, you know, kind of situation. We can actually have meaningful conversations about it, or we can actually talk about it in a way that we don't have to downgrade other games to prop up our favorite game. You can just be like, oh, no, dude, I'm totally a heart player, so City of Wolves is totally for me. Like, because this game is all heart, so, like, I love this game. Instead of, man, this game is so good. Man, this just highlights how much Street Fighter 6 sucks. Stop. You know? I just feel like we could have so much more interesting conversations this way. So I really like to promote this idea of heart, mind, and body when talking about fighting games. Because like I said, I really think it's not even just that it makes the conversations more interesting, but it's just, it lets us understand it so much more. Fighting games are so deep that, yes, different ones are gonna play very, very differently, man. It's just how it works. So I always just hate myself when I lose. Yeah, that's a whole different story, Mr. Vacuum. Mr. Vacuum Brain Bimbo. Love it. Love it. Love it. So, yeah, I mean, that's a different thing. And I've talked about this in the past before. This has nothing to do with the current topic, but I'm just going to say it like here just to kind of help you with that a little bit. Everybody hates when they lose, but you also have to be realistic with how much time you put into fighting games. I don't play as much as I used to. I hate that I suck at fighting games right now. You know, one, it's you know, obviously 5 and 6 are different than how I like to play. I'm not going to use that as an excuse why I'm bad, but also the main excuse is I just don't play enough, right? So, like, of course, I'm going to get mad when I lose because I'm like, I know I'm a better fighting game player than this, but I don't put in enough effort to really justify me thinking I should be winning. So it's a tough situation to handle. It's absolutely difficult to deal with. But if you don't know, I don't know. We still haven't agreed on what are footsies. Adding more vague terms doesn't seem to help. Explain that to me. Explain to me what you mean by vague terms. Vague terms, because I don't think there's anything vague about these terms of heart, body, and mind, right? And footsies is the most abused term ever. I hate the word footsies because everybody always just tries to use it as like some sort of moniker for greatness in fighting games. And all footsies is I want to get an advantage. That's it. That's what footsies is. It's a certain part of the neutral game aimed at gaining an advantage over your opponent. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. It doesn't matter how you play it. Marvel 3, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, maybe outside of Morrigan and Doom, but maybe not. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 has like some of the best neutral in fighting game history. The neutral in that game is so deep. It's crazy because the movement is good. You have so much space. You can go 4 directions, etc., etc. That game has some excellent footsies. Most excellent. So how do I define footsies? It's the process of your goal in neutral to try to gain an advantage against your opponent. So why isn't footsies and neutral the same thing? Because in older fighting games, zoners existed, fortress characters existed, right? Zoners just have an advantage by just holding down back. Like Guile in old games, down back, I have an advantage. He doesn't need to play footsies. Like he's just gonna throw sonic booms. Honda, I'm just gonna down back. You know, you don't have a fireball, tough shit. You know, so footsies aren't necessarily equal to neutral, but footsies is the active goal of trying to sweep them, knock them down, or get them to block something that makes you plus, landing a cross-up, etc., etc. So you use your movement and your attacks to find that situation to put the opponent into a mix-up. Because in the end, fighting games are about mix-ups. That's it. And so everybody who says like, oh, Street Fighter 5 and 6 are bad because it's a guessing game. You know what? Everything's a guessing game. I don't care if this is your favorite game. If I land a cross-up and you block it and I'm plus 12, guess what? You're in a guessing game. That's a guessing game, right? Like maybe it's different because if you try to reversal DP, it's a 1-frame window or whatever like that, but you're still in a guessing game. It's not changing. Like it's the same thing. It's just it feels better to you because it's different than this thing, which is, you know, like it's just it works better for you. But that's all footsies is footsies is trying to get to a position where you can land a mix-up. That's what I consider footsies. Okay. I couldn't play like that if I wanted to. I need the practical application to know how to apply the knowledge before I actually consider any studying helpful. Okay, so when I finally actually did play, I knew everything and applied the knowledge. You know, it's so interesting you're actually talking about that. When I was learning Tekken for the first time way back in the day, I almost never actually played the game. I just researched and read move list and frame. Back in Guilty Gear XX, back in those days, I watched so much XX match footage. Holy crap. I watched a fuck ton of Guilty Gear XX match videos. More than I played. And every time I saw someone do some crazy combo, I'd be like, whoa, and I'd rewind it, and I'd watch it, and I'd rewind it, and watch it, which was a lot harder back in the day, by the way, because it wasn't YouTube. And I would watch those. And every time I would play my friend in Guilty Gear, where we had one of those, let's go to each other's house and play for 12 hours straight to the point where all of our legs hurt at the end of the day, every time I switched to a new character, I knew what to do with them. And I knew their combos. And he'd get so mad. He's just like, how do you know how to do all this stuff already? Because I studied a lot. You know, I just watched and I was like, oh, okay, this mix-up leads to this combo. This mix-up leads to that combo. And because I had a job at that time and I was compiling a lot of code, I had a lot more time to watch match videos. Because when you're at home and you have that time, you're like, I'm going to go do something else, right? But when you're compiling code and you can't do anything else, you turned on, you ran the real media player or the Windows media player and you just watch stuff. because that was literally the only thing you can do. So ironically, because I had a job, a programming job a long time ago, I actually studied fighting games more than I do now, because now I'm a homeowner, I have all this shit, and I'm like, God, I'm worried about getting my blood test. Oh my God, I gotta clean the kitchen. Oh my God, the dishes are piling up. And so like, you just don't get as much shit done. But when you're actually at work and you can't wash the dishes, you end up watching match videos, man. Oh man, I didn't learn frames because you didn't need them. You didn't need frames back then. So here's actually a really good point. So a lot of people are going to say like, well, you said Guilty Gear is the perfect intersection of all of them. How? If you don't care about frame data and stuff like that, how is that the same thing? Well, if you fought a Zato, for example, Zato murdered me because I didn't know what he was doing. And Zatos would always do stuff and call into Eddie that weren't real. Like, people would tell me, oh, you have to recognize if he cancels kick into call Eddie, you have enough time to jab Eddie and kill it, and there's not much he can do to punish that, etc., etc. You had to study the situations. You had to study all of the mix-ups there. And if you had a gap, people could take advantage of it and blow you up for, in ways that you should not have actually had to deal with that kind of situation. So I picked Biken. So I learned Biken. So every time I blocked Eddie, I was just like, woo, alpha counter. Which is why I'm sad that Biken doesn't play that way anymore, but still. Oh, man. Yeah, so spacing would make things, not punishable because of spacing, but, we understood that back in the day. But again, there was just a lot of situations in Guilty Gear because you had such a variety, because you had Roman cancels as well. So who the fuck cares if this move is block or plus on negative? I just Roman canceled it, and you gotta hold this shit now, right? So like, you could, so if you don't know what a Roman cancel does, is before Exerd, Roman cancel in old Guilty Gear games literally cost a block. You can build up to 2 blocks, but it costs 1 block, and you returned yourself to neutral. There was no slowdown. There was nothing. It was just, bots. Yeah, I'm in neutral again. The difference is that you couldn't Roman cancel on whiff, whereas a lot of the new games you can. So obviously, if you could Roman cancel the whiff in XX, that'd be super broken. But in that game, if I make you block something, I just Roman cancel it, and I'm literally frame 1 at neutral. There's no startup. It's just like romantic, and that's it. Like, I'm attacking. So who the hell cares what the frame data was, right? And then on the other side, the dead angles, which are the alpha counters, which are the V reversals, etc., they were fast. Like, they basically almost never missed. Like, you had to find certain setups and stuff to get them to miss. But if you did, it was just like pow, pow, and you hit them. Didn't do any damage. You knocked them down, but you got away from it. So it's just a lot more options again. I guess, honestly, what I'm saying is I just like fighting games that have a billion options. I just feel like that just makes it, you get more interesting scenarios and stuff because you have to think about a lot of things. And when you have more options, now you can't take them all into account. And that's another way that Tekken was able to kind of circumvent a lot of stuff, is that there's just so many options. Like, you can't have total knowledge in that game. And again, like I said, designed it that way, which was evidenced by the fact that he was anti-releasing frame data in Tekken 7, because he literally said, I don't think it's good if people can solve the game so easily. I want you to play and experiment and learn and solve, and while you're playing and stuff. But we're just not in an era where that's feasible, because potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars are on the line. And so you have to give the people the ability to study, to lab, and to know frame data, etc., etc. We are not in a time where we can accept a game and discover everything on the fly. It just doesn't work that way anymore. So, to be honest with you, Forrest, I think a lot of Harada's mentality, again, I'm not saying he's wrong. I think a lot of his mentality is that he wanted to be more newcomer friendly. Because if you fight somebody who got to study all the frame data and knows everything, you're just not going to win. But if you had to experiment, and I'm a beginner and I just happen to use this move that you don't know if you're supposed to sidestep left or right, or you didn't know that you can duck it and punish it, like, it's on you to figure it out during the match, but that kind of gives the beginner a little more chance in a weird way, right? So in a way, I think Harada was trying to keep the game a little more beginner friendly, basically. So, look, I'm a VF player primarily, and I learned how to punish by testing things in match. I would see a move and try a basic punish, go slower if it hit, faster if it didn't, and iterate. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So while VF was a knowledge-based game, you know, it was a game that you could build the knowledge in the game, honestly. So, you know, it's interesting. And again, just going back to the main theme here, like talking about fight, like I feel like can you at least agree with me, all you guys that are in here in my chat? Now, obviously you're biased, and that's why you're in this, because you like my discussions. But like, doesn't it feel like it just makes fighting games like much more interesting to talk about and less vague? Like, oh, I don't know why I hate this game. I don't know why I don't like this game. Or this game, I just like it. It's so much more nuanced than that. And I just feel like by talking about it that way, we get a lot better conversation. And it's just a better understanding. Again, I am a fighting game scientist, if anything. And I'm not going to sit here and just accept the fact that, oh, like, I hate this game. No, like, there's reasons for a lot of this. And the one thing I've never been able to solve is how to get people to stick around to fighting games. God damn it. Because it's so hard, because the era that we're in right now is so anti-fighting game. The online era is really, really bad at retention for players, for new players. It's like literally the worst environment you could possibly have for a genre, for this genre, if you're trying to retain players, is the online environment. I honestly believe one of the things that makes fighting games so unappealing is ranked. But that'll be a rant for another day. All right, so I'm going to end it right there because, like I said, I talked about this topic for 2 hours, didn't think I was going to. So we'll have to rocket through these other topics here real quick. But for those of you here on YouTube, hope you enjoyed this really detailed conversation. Sorry, it's long, but, you know, hopefully you enjoy it from a podcasty kind of point of view, because you could just listen to me talk about all this stuff. So hopefully you enjoyed it from that facet here. And for any of you who did stick through and just listen to this whole entire thing, I really, really appreciate you. I know a lot of people do like long form content. Long form content is making kind of a big comeback on YouTube because people do like it on car rides, on bus rides, you know, while they're sitting there doing their mundane job with the headphones on, et cetera, et cetera. So please let me know in the comments below if you are enjoying this kind of long form content like this. So thank you guys. And, you know, the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. Oh, what did you do, cat? Oh my God, the cat changed what page I was on my stream deck. Jesus. Okay, the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me...
It was Tuesday.
We aren't done yet here, obviously, for those of you who are here on Twitch, because we're going to go through this. We're going to talk a little bit about the commentary thing. God, I could talk about this topic forever. Jesus. Do I want to talk about this now? Oh, man. Do I want to talk about this now? Because this feels like it might be a topic forever. The reason why I was going to have this be a short video, because I was going to do another YouTube reaction video, which I didn't know I could do. By the way, I apologize. Lord Knight has been doing his part on trying to get us to do a conversation. I'm the one that is not responding to Lord Knight very quickly because I have been stressed out and swamped doing these City of the Wolves tutorial videos. They've been taking up all of my time. So I haven't had a chance to get that set up with Lord Knight. It is completely my fault. But we definitely do want to do a joint stream where we talk about things, where we talk about offense and defense in modern fighting games. So again, it is not Lord Knight's fault. He's doing his part. He's like, bro, what's up? And I'm like, I'm sorry. So we will do that. But I've only just learned about doing reaction videos, and Sayjam had a great video over here where he started talking about there is no job security in freelance commentary. And yes, this was in reaction to Rip and Spaghetti Rip being taken off the Tekken World Tour for this entire next year. And so even though this video is 10 minutes from Sayjam, I'm going to pause all day and I'm going to talk, and this is going to be another 3-hour video. So if you guys are okay with this, is it cool if I maybe put this off to maybe be the main topic next week? Can I do? Oh no, Jammers is fine. Nobody got canceled in that situation. That was just more between commentaries. I don't think that the Capcom cared about that one. So, but yeah, is it okay if I move this to next week? Because I'm sure I'm gonna be like, you know what? I won't talk long about it. I'll just blast through this, and then at 1 a.m. I'd be like, guys, I didn't think I would talk about this for 4 hours. You know, like it's just gonna happen. So I'm going to go ahead and call an audible here. We're going to move on to the Elena stuff instead and do the analysis for that here instead. So I apologize. So let's do this. Let's go back over here so I can do an intro. Okay, let's do this. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Dude. I was trying to record a section of City of the Wolves, and Jasmine walked over to my control. She walked over onto my console over here. So she literally walked onto my console over here. And a lot of times she'll step on buttons and things happen, and I'm like, what the hell? And then I can't control my game anymore, and I'm like, okay. She switched it to a different controller, or I just have to go into Steam and choose the option to reorder the controller and all this stuff like that. One time, just recently, she stepped on the buttons, and like the game, I couldn't get my controllers to work anymore. I don't know what she did. I don't know what magical combination of the buttons that she stepped on, and I had to literally quit City of the Wolves and start it up again so I could actually control it. I don't know what she did, and I'm still confused. She hasn't been able to Raging Demon, but that dog definitely did do a Hadoken that one time, so... The dog definitely did the Hadoken that one time. So, all right, let's actually do this here. Let's do this next one here. I mean, maybe the buttons do feel kind of good when she steps on them, but she just thinks they're a flat surface, right? So she just walks over them. Anyways. Hello, everybody. Welcome to, well, actually, let me do something for the transcript. New video starts here. All caps. I don't know if that works for transcripts. Anyways, okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host, James Chen, a.k.a. Jay Chenzor. As you can see on the topics here, I had talked about Heart, Body, and Mind. That video might be up or might be coming up, so definitely follow the YouTube channel so you know when it starts up. I wanted to talk about this, but I'm calling an audible, and I'm moving this to next week, hopefully, because I can talk about this for a very long time. So instead, we're going to analyze the Elena gameplay trailer, which came out a while back. I'm a little late on that, but I did skip the show last week. So let's go ahead and do an analysis now because she looks like a very fascinating character. So let's take a look at this. Oh, by the way, editor, you can cut this part out. Yeah, I know that you can press Y to make it go away, but it wasn't like that. It was literally the characters were bobbing in neutral and I just couldn't use them. Like I still don't know what she did. It was crazy. Anyways, and then of course all that led me to go do was, yeah, PC Master Race. But obviously it could have been a problem with the game, the software. Maybe they didn't have the proper setup. Maybe they didn't take into account a crazy scenario or something like that. But in any case, oh, right. And then there's the other trailer. Thank you for that, Forrest. Let me just copy that here and come over here. Because if this is what I think it is, this is the season pass. That is not the right thing. Oh, God, this thing is... Actually, can I do it over here? Let me see. No, I can't. Okay, I'll have to do it over here then. Let's try to do this. Here, let's highlight this. Do copy. Come over here. Do paste. Kill this. This should be the season pass trailer over here. Yep, there it is. The Get Ready for Elena season pass trailer. Sick. All right, let's do this here. Let's do this. Okay, sorry, editor. We can continue now. All right, so let's take a look at this Elena gameplay trailer because we already saw the teaser trailer, but now we get to see what she does. Let's take a look.
Taking a life and giving life? Fighting and living? I wasn't looking to fight to the death.
Oh, man. Reniala remains. I like how she's like all the way forward when it starts. Oh, man. I've only watched this once, okay, so...
You dance with me! Up you go!
We've been talking about, mind games versus heart games. This character... God, I hope she's not like the Eddie Gordo of the game. She gets a combo after that. Why?
Oh, thanks. Nice fight. I'm ready to go.
That one hurt my feelings. Even the first time I saw that hurt my feelings. Oh, oh.
Oh, okay, okay.
I feel like that's the most Street Fighter 4 Ultra level 3 so far in this game. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. I love that windscreen art like that. Kudos to the Capcom guys to make sure that she said it that way too. Healing. Like, if you went like healing, like, no, it has to be healing. It has to sound like that to make people hate life. So, Oh my God. All right, so as normal, we go through this trailer one time, we go through it again in slow motion, and we analyze this. And I think they do have one of the blogs up, so I'll take a look at that. By the way, I need to file copyright on some of my puns. I see what you're doing out there. I know who you are writing those blogs, and so I will come after... No, I'm just kidding. I'll explain later. Okay, we don't need to pay attention to this stuff over here. This is all just the intro stuff. And what's really kind of interesting about this is I know a lot of people have said this, but it's like it's interesting that like for some reason her old outfit like makes her face look different in a way, but I mean, this is what hair does. I think it's just because of this haircut, it frames her head differently. Because I've seen some people say they like, I like the classic costume face better, but aren't they the same? And they probably are the same, but when you, and the angles change a little bit too, but honestly, when you have the hair framing it differently, it happens that. By the way, shout outs to this stage here. This is a really cool stage. Again, I was so scared that it was just going to be a Terry stage and a my stage, and we wouldn't get a really cool, like an African stage here. Though we're not positive that this is Africa. I mean, I'm guessing that this is going to be a stage in Africa here. And then here's her intro. And like I said, I love the fact that the round starts and she's already like bleeding into your space over here. And then she goes backwards to where she's supposed to start, right? I wonder if she's gonna do that with everybody, because it would be cool if she did do that, right? Otherwise, it would be an Eddie Gordo bug where he just starts closer to Nina for no reason whatsoever. I think it was Nina, which would make sense because capoeira, you know. So she looks, okay, so that's standing heavy kick. At least, you know, based off of her old move base, that's standing heavy kick. I don't know what this is. Is this like back heavy kick? So she's obviously doing this heavy kick right here that just stops him in his tracks. And this might be like back heavy kick or something like that. Or it could be forward heavy punch or something. Again, by the time she got the third strike, she had like command normals all over the place. But it's something like that for sure. Oh yeah, okay, what was that previous one? I don't know why the loading is so... Oh, because I'm eating up bandwidth right now. Okay, so there's this move, but it's obviously a launch. But here you can see that's back heavy kick. That's what her back heavy kick. She always had a very defensive back heavy kick that was a low crush. And apparently that's what they're demonstrating here again. So as you can see here, that's a launch on punish counter there, but see, it beat the slide and it knocked him over. And then she's always had two overheads. This one looks like her forward medium kick. This is what her forward medium kick overhead looked like, because her forward medium heavy overhead was always her back, and her forward medium punch was, you would see her front. Okay, Nathan is zooming around and I'm scared. Oh, okay. Reniala is Africa. Okay, cool. All right, so this is that overhead, but she's never had a target combo off of it. Why? Why does she have this? Why does she get to hit you with an overhead? You know, it did hit DJ while he was trying to do a just cool. There is a possibility that they just made this one not an overhead anymore. So there is a possibility that they just decided to make this a target combo, that she gets to do this kind of thing and knock you down. Now she has the double jump hit here. She's always had that with just heavy kick. I don't know if this looks like it's going to be a target combo, because again, she only kicks. So this could be like heavy kick and a heavy punch or something. I don't know. But obviously it's a knockdown, which is going to be pretty strong for, air to air. Now it was a counter hit, so not sure. This is going to be her regular sweep. This has always just been her regular... Wait a second. No, it's the same. Yeah, people fall straight down when they get swept. Yeah, okay, there it is. It's just the animation looks different because they landed face first. Hang on a second, guys. Allow me to do a little research here. I have to close Fatal Fury first here so I can start up Street Fighter 6 here, so I can do a little bit of labbing here because I'm really curious about this now. Yeah, her sweep has gone under fire. She went under fireballs all over the place. It's just what she did. It's just what she did, and people didn't like it. Oops. I want to turn on this guy. There we go. Okay. Did that not do what I thought it was supposed to do? Let me see. Yeah, it's not marked at none. That's weird. It should be marked to fade. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. All right, so let's do this. And I'm gonna pick DJ just for this oh, cats. See, cat walked on a button again. So I wasn't able to skip this for a second there. Okay, yeah, it worked. Okay, I should have the audio on because I was like, did that work? Did that work? Oh my God. No, Jasmine, do not walk on buttons. No, Jasmine, do not walk on buttons. Do not walk on buttons. Here, let me get this out of the way so you can walk forward. And okay, yeah, go that way. Go that way. All right. Oh, Jasmine. Oh, Jasmine. Okay, let's actually choose. I will stick with Kimberly, but we'll pick DJ over here. And I just want to see if I actually sweep DJ. Jasmine. No. No. I know you're hungry. Whoa. She's like, God damn it. Okay, all right, so let's do this here. Jasmine, Jasmine, please, please go away. Okay, here, let's do this again. All right, so we're gonna do that. See, he falls on his back. That is really interesting to me. Oops, no, I want to do this. See, he falls on his back. Is there any sweep in this game that makes people fall on their front? Or is this just unique to... Is this just unique to Elena because of the way she kicks? That's interesting. Because I don't think I've ever seen a sweep knock somebody down on their face before. So that's just the reason why this is interesting to me. This is why it's interesting to me. Right, exactly, El Zilcho. That's the other question. Does anybody else have a sweep? Oh, you know what? Maybe Bison Slide. Let's actually take a look at Bison Slide really quick here. There we go. Okay, perfect. Okay. All right. Mind playing tricks on me. There we go. All right, let's keep going. So there's the sweep. And then, okay, that's the overhead right there. That's the overhead. So like I said, the other one might not actually be an overhead because he's clearly low blocking, but she still has a combo off of it. Why? And that's down forward heavy kick probably because that's what the input always has been, unless they just decide to make that her crouching medium kick or something, because there is the capability of them to, optimize her normals here. And then this is probably one of her taunts here where she actually gets to do this. I'm really fascinated to see who they motion captured to do this, but very, very cool that they got someone to do something so accurate. Now, this is where things start. I mean, and her slide knocks down. Well, to be fair, Kimberly's now actually does knock down if you hit them as a punish. So that is nice. Well, if you're close enough anyway. Actually, I think on punish counter, it always knocks down. No, it's only the first few. Anyways, here we go. Yeah, she has a command dash that's projectile invul. What the hell? And that's actually kind of a neat throw, actually. Just a little takedown and do a kick you out of there. Bam! Drop you on your back and just kick you out of the way. And then what was that? Okay, is that the same move? So let's see. Let's watch her animations here, right? So she's doing kind of a a little swirl here like this. And then she can end it and get a throw. And then she does the same move. It's the same move, but it has a kick follow-up. Pow! That knocks you down. And then there's a third follow-up that launches you. So drive rush, heavy punch into stance. or into this move into launch will probably combo or something like that. Or punish counter button that makes them real very long will probably allow to combo into that. And then she gets the juggle. And then here she does again into nothing and goes for the throw. So this little command dash move that she has is going to be a problem. Was that the OD version? So it looked like she did an OD. Oh, that's her back throw. Right, that's always been her back throw. I always liked the fact that in Third Strike, though, this back throw was so violent because, like, she barely animated. And so she was just like thonk and just like dunked you onto the floor. I loved that throw. It doesn't have quite the same dunk feel to it. But I mean, it looks good, but I miss kind of the just slam. Like she just took out the trash when she back threw you before. So was that the OD one? But yeah, so there's another follow-up. So that's a fourth follow-up we've seen here. We've seen the do nothing, we've seen the straight kick, we've seen the launch, and now we've seen this one here, which almost looks like an overhead and just has these follow-ups here. Okay, so that's just a whiff punish with standing light kick or something, but it target combos into something, and she's able to still cancel it into Rhino Horn. So that was just the regular Rhino Horn. So that's 3 lights into Spin Scythe with the follow-up at the end. Probably will still have to do the Rekka to get the last 2 hits. Why did that go so far? Look at this. Why is she... Did she cancel one of the dodges into another dodge? Is that what that is? Like, yeah, like she's extending it or something, and she has those blue swirls? What the hell? And then she just does mallet smash and hits with the overhead and then shimmies him into another target combo. What the hell? She has another target combo, which is like that looked like a medium into like maybe Crouch Fierce. That's what her Crouch Fierce looks like. And then it launches and she goes into the OD Spin Scythe into the follow-up there and can juggle the level 1, which is the Spin Scythe. Oh, what was it? Oh, but it looks a little different animated, but then she gets the juggle afterwards. Why does she get this juggle afterwards? Why? Now, I will say this. I do like this outfit. I really like this new look that she has. Like I said, I think it's really the hair that's kind of throwing a lot of people off. But I like that, and I still like the fact that they did give her a more distinctive face, right? Because the biggest problem with Elena, and some people have said that her chin looks too prominent, and I'm okay with that because, again, she looked way too anime in every other game that she's been in. Like, she just looks like she's Japanese, right? And that's always been kind of like a thing that I wasn't a fan of. Is that something you can get in World Tour? It looks like one of those energy drinks from World Tour, but it has a decidedly African design when she turned it around like that. So it might just be a soda can that she just has. And she's like, hey, you want a drink? Oh, what did it say on there? Did it actually say something? It looks like it says like WOTE or something like that. See, is there less motion blur here? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at that a little more carefully, but it definitely looks like WOTE. Do I have it open? Okay, yes I do, because I was building my thing in the front. Okay. Enhance. You know, kind of a thing here. Let's see. See, the resolution isn't good enough, but I'm right? So it looks like WOTE or WATE, depending on, you know, what that letter is trying to be right here. And it could just be another language, frankly. It could literally just be another language. So, you know, let's do... Yeah, the Street Fighter went, whoa, nice. I like that. Oh, God. And so, yeah, like, I don't think her face is it different, or is her chin actually different? Like in her classic costume, did they actually just give her a more anime shaped face? Because her face actually does look like it has a different shape. Is it actually a different shape or is it the same? Like that's okay. Hang on. So like I'm pretty sure. No, I think it is the same face. Yeah, the hair just really makes a big difference. I don't know. Maybe or maybe not. The hair is definitely different, but I feel like there's something. Okay, you know what? This would require a lot of analysis here as well. But when she smiles like that, it looked the same, right? When she smiles like this, it looked the same as the other one. There you go. So it is just the hair. It's just literally the hair that makes the difference. Interesting. All right, but here we go. So she does that move. Perfect parries the fireball. Drive rushes in for the low. That's probably crouching medium kick there. And then she does a medium kick into another button, another target combo that's cancelable. Pow, boof, boof. Yeah, see, that looks like a target combo. It could be a link, but it goes into the to the OD version of the special move here, and she gets the rhino horn juggle as we expect. Avoids the teleport into command grab here, gets the combo. Stand, oh, interesting. That definitely looked like a stand light kick. So stand light kick or maybe that might have been a medium. Maybe that might have been stand medium because yeah, that's a little bit longer reel. So combos into one of the spin sights. Oh my God, hang on a second. So spin scythe into this follow-up there. Can she actually just do the spin scythe into nothing? So she can do a spin scythe into kind of like that roll move into nothing and it's safe? Like maybe you can 4-frame it because I don't think Kuma's ODDP is 5 frames, right? 5 or 6 frames. Kuma ODDP. Where's your Go Shoryuken? Go Hadouken. Go Hadouken. What the hell? Where is the Shoryuken? Zanku Kyak. Adamant Flame. Oh, there's Shoryuken. 6 frames, yeah. This is a 6-frame startup. So, we don't know if this is necessarily actually safe, but it still can block a 6-frame DP in time, which is kind of scary, right? I mean, so what we can do here is 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so she's blocking there already. So it could be safe to 5 frames and faster, but 4 frames might be able to interrupt it in time. It might be able to interrupt it in time. So there we go. Oh, a launch one. And she has a follow-up that, dude, she has a lot of target combos, dude. Juggle with that into, what the hell was that? Oh, I see. This is juggle into the, into that rolling move. Oh, no, wait, this is a kick. She has a back sway as well. So the back sway is a special move, and she has a follow-up. So that follow-up, I feel like is the same follow-up we saw earlier. So can she command roll in both directions? Is that what I'm seeing here? So she can command roll forwards and she can command roll backwards and get this juggle, or is that just a different I don't know. Like, I don't want to speculate because I'm just getting scared. But that is a lot of stuff. Into that move where she goes into the handstand. Bro. Oh, her ODDP hits twice. That's sick. Oh no, you got baited. Pow. And then this is where she does like target combo into OD Rhino Horn into DP juggle. And then heavy kick cross up, double hit, cross up here. Now, she's had this kind of target combo in the air before, and because it's Street Fighter 6, I sincerely doubt the second hit is a high. I'm pretty sure it's a high and then a mid. So if you block the first one and crouch and block the second one, you should be able to block. It shouldn't hit you as a jump in, because even in City of the Wolves, it's like this, but most of the time you have a double air button these days. The second one is not an overhead, and they're kind of nice enough about that in this game to not have that be an overhead. But again, why not make it an overhead? Because like I said, I like variety. So like, we don't have to make everybody follow the same rules. But any case, she jumps over here. I don't know what Akuma's doing. Jab, jab, pow, pow. And then whatever that move is cancels into EX twirly twirl again. Is that the same EX twirly twirl? Yeah, it is. And then it has this follow-up, which now does double hits. And then she can OD Rhino Horn into her level 2. So this is important to watch here, okay? Watch this carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I'll assume that's the count here, right? So we got... Oh, Wote is a town in Kenya. And it also means all or everyone in Swahili. Dude, good job, El Zilcho. So there you go. So yeah, the drink is just named everyone, basically. That's kind of cool. Okay, 1, 2. So here we go. Level 2, and we get 1, 2, 3, 4, we'll assume. 5, 6, 7, 8, we'll assume. 9. Pow. Knocks him down. Okay. So keep that in mind. And again, swirly move into the mallet smash. Can she just do swirly move into like the OD swirly move just goes into everything else? And the OD mallet smash is comboable out. You can combo out of it again like in 4. Hopefully you can't re-combo back into it like you could in 4. But you can definitely combo out of it. Drive rush cancel. That was a light cancel into another light, into Link, into another target combo, into Rhino Horn, into Link the level 1. Pow. Oh wait, no, this is not the level 1. This is her level 3. Wait, did she do the level 1 combo already and I just missed it? Because I feel like I missed that level 1 combo. Did I miss the level 1 combo where she got to juggle again afterwards? Oh yeah, I did say that. I was like, why does she get to juggle after that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that one, I don't know if it's through or if it's over. This one's hard to tell if this is through or over. So like right there, like that could actually be over the fireball. And so light, drive rush cancel, light, Link into that heavy button that was cancelable, into that, into level 3 cancel. Here we go, pow. So this is her level 3 where she juggles you like a basketball with her feet. Actually, so I shouldn't say she juggles you like a basketball. What is that game called again? The volleyball game with the, that you only use your feet? That's what that is right there. And then, pow! Oh yeah, actually, you know what's good here too to confirm? You can definitely see it here that it's the same face as the other costume. So, no, not soccer, football. Come on, the badminton game that you use your feet, right? It's not Krav Maga, but it definitely sounds like that. The name definitely sounds something like that. Kicks you in the back of the head, puts you into the glass. Like I said, this is the most like Street Fighter 4 kind of like more humorous-y kind of super that I've seen. Sepak Takra, thank you, Nyanzaburo. That's exactly the one that I'm thinking of. See, I'm right. It has this kind of Krav Maga kind of because Takra at the end. Sepak Takra. There you go. Thank you. And there goes. She wins her win pose. And again, I love this. Like finding the flower, one with nature, but the fact that they splash the nature around her is so cool. That's so cool. I love it. I love it. Like that could seriously almost be like a painting. Like you could just have this as a painting and that would be so sick. Like just have this and just hang it up on a wall. Like it'd be beautiful, dude. It'd be so good. And then, of course, at the end here, they jump scare us with this. But, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this, this is her level 2 again. So what you're going to see here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now she does healing. So clearly, she sacrifices the last hit. And so if they put most of the damage on the last hit, and you have to sacrifice that and go into healing so you can gain more health, that's probably just what it really comes down to there. So you can just choose to go for the last hit for damage or go the other route for healing. She's coming out on June 5th, so that's just a little under a month from now. And again, like a lot, so that's literally 1 day less than a month from now, because today is the 6th. But again, a lot of people are like, oh my God, healing, oh my God. Like, let's see how much it heals. Let's see how much damage you sacrifice. And again, why are you so scared? The reason why it was bad in 4 is because it was an ultra. And you can have ultras forever. If you focus attack something, you gained your ultra meter, and then you could backdash. And if you pick W ultra, you could activate the ultra earlier, and so you don't have to build as much health. Now, it wouldn't give back as much health, but it still gave back health. And so it wasn't the fact that healing is broken. It's just the fact that in Street Fighter 4, they made it her ultra. Like, if it was her super, nobody would even think twice about healing, right? Like, nobody would even think about it. And in fact, in Third Strike, she had healing. It's largely considered to be her worst super. You know, the spinning beat ha, that's what it was. That's what the name of the super was. Spinning beat ha. Yeah, so spinning beat ha it's really just spinning beat, but spinning beat was largely very useful because of the fact that it gave her 3, and so she had access to a lot of EX. So a lot of people would use that one. Then the Brave Dance was another popular one because it was the highest damage, and it linked off of a lot of things, and you could late cancel into Brave Dance, similar to how Chun-Li could do a lot of the times. And so healing generally only was used against characters who were really slow. Like, you would use it against Hugo because you could just run away from Hugo and then activate it, and Hugo's like, what do I do? So again, like, I don't think that the super, like, I don't think there's a reason for anybody to be scared that healing will be broken. Of course, people are going to be like, yeah, but it's a level 2, and you see late in the game, Rashid could activate 2 Isars in a match. Dude, would you rather fight against 2 Isars or 2 healings? Right? Let's be real here, okay? And again, we don't know how much it heals. We don't know if going into that healing route costs extra drive gauge, whatever. Let's see how it goes, okay? But there's no reason to think that healing is going to be broken. There's just no reason, honestly, because it never was. And if it wasn't an ultra, it wouldn't have been broken. Yeah, exactly. So I mentioned that when MOV went through Third Strike, I didn't remember him playing healing, but if he played healing against Hayao, yeah, that makes sense. That's the right super to play against him. But outside of that, you know, he only played the other supers. So again, there's no reason to think Elena's healing is broken. Okay. Let's find out how they balance it. And they've been pretty good about balancing things so far in this game. Isar probably needs to be nerfed a little bit, though. I have not seen this Battle Pass trailer yet. I have not seen this yet. This is my actual first time seeing this. So let's do the same thing. We're going to watch this through first time. No pauses. And for this one, because it's new, you may only hear me just utter exclamations, but outside of that, I'm not going to say much here. Let's go. Oh, what is this? Whoa. Oh, you have Yang costumes and maybe a Yang hairstyle? Oh my God. That's funny. Oh, you have Remy's jacket now? Ha! Yo. I love it. They turned him into DJ. I like that. That's funny. Oh God, Oro. Dude, really? Sorry, I said I wasn't gonna say much, but this is just making me laugh. Yo. They gave you all the Third Strike costumes? This is funny. Oh, that's funny. Oh, stickers. Oh. Wait, whose cat is that? Or is that Ibuki's otter? Oh, yeah. That's not Otter. Sorry. The otter is, who's the character with the otter? There's a character with an otter. That's Hokutomaru, right? Does Hokutomaru have an otter or something like that? That's her tanuki. That's the tanuki.
Here comes a
Oh, that's so sick.
challenger. Here comes a new challenger.
They better give us that, yeah, fight a new rival.
Here comes a new challenger.
Oh, Hotaru has a ferret. That's what it is. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have all this avatar gear. Okay. Oh, that's fun. It's just the Q head. That's just all it is. That's funny. Oh, we're gonna get Gunsmoke? We get Gunsmoke as the game. Music, we're gonna get some Street Fighter V music because all the other music is already available. Some new titles, the character screen effect there, and the stickers down there. And we get the Third Strike photo frame, the character select. That's really cool. That's awesome.
Top player is here.
Oh, this is probably the, oh wait, oh no, this is just a match video. Okay, never mind. I thought that was gonna be the Elena thing again, so. Okay, sick. So we're getting all that stuff, and then let me see. Let's see if I can find this. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Does anybody have the PlayStation blog link for me? I don't know where the PlayStation blog link is here. Oh, here we go. PlayStation blog. Street Fighter 6. The pass should be live now. Yes, I think so. Or was it a Steam blog that actually has the information about Elena? Let's see. Oh, yeah. It is the Steam blog. Okay. So let's just go over this very quickly here. Elena dances into Street Fighter 6 on June 5th. Elena, the final character from Year 2, charges into Street Fighter 6 on June 5th and brings with her a herd of moves that'll make for elephantastic fights. This picture makes me laugh. And by the way, the whole thing of Elena and Akuma being friends is like canon. And so like, I didn't even really know about this, but like someone clued me in on this because I'm not necessarily great with all like the canon details. But yeah, hailing from Kenya, Elena first appeared in Street Fighter 3 New Generation in 1997. She's always positive, P-A-W, positive. She's always positive, even in the face of danger, and makes friends as easily as she can hear the voices of nature. God, we need to have like the Pocahontas Colors of the Wind song here. In Street Fighter 6, after an intense fight with her friend Akuma, she travels the world once again in search of the meaning of a lesson that Akuma teaches her. What's interesting about, I mean, that's an interesting logo. That's a crazy logo there. But interestingly enough, like I know, like they seem to be setting up a lot of this hippo thing. Like one guy in the world who was like, I got a hippo from Africa, woohoo! And like, you know, like in that intro trailer, you see her like standing next to a hippo and stuff like that in that anime reveal, the DLC second season reveal trailer. So I wonder if that's going to be her storyline for the game. As a capoeira master, Elena utilizes her long legs and unpredictable movement to keep her prey in check. I mean, if she can be that character that's really just like hard to pin down and stuff, I think that would be really cool. That would actually be a really neat like gameplay style, that she's just hard to peg down. I think that would be cool. So she has a lot of forward and backward movement. Like I was saying, maybe that roll can go forward or backwards. Like that would actually be kind of neat, right? Many of her moves from prior games remain intact, but as usual, we've updated her move list in Street Fighter 6. We're not lying when we say unpredictable. We're not lying. And there's her DP. Rhino Horn is a series of quick forward-moving kicks that sends the opponent flying back. Elena will jump farther depending on the strength of the kick used. Though this move can't hit crouching opponents, like Rhino Horn has always been, if you land it in the corner, you can follow up with a scratch wheel, as Rhino Horn has mostly been. Speaking of scratch wheel, it's a powerful rising kick and acts as Elena's dragon punch. I love the fact that they just call it that. So good now, because that's just what it is, and is useful for anti-airs or for keeping opponents off of her. So she will probably have an ODDP that just works that way. Sink your teeth into Link's song. So this is different. She used to have something called Link's Tale, but this is Link's song because it's where things get wild. Elena spins forward close to the ground while invincible to projectiles. Oh, so she's just invincible and can use 4 different techniques out of it. Okay, I said this. There were 4 follow-ups, but it could be 5 follow-ups and nothing. So let's see. The first is Leopard Snap, a long-reaching attack useful for getting in. So I wonder if that means it's plus on block. The second is Harvest Circle, a kick that launches the opponents in the air. We saw that. And maintains invincibility to projectiles. Holy crap. JP is going to hate this character. JP is going to hate this character. The third is Mallet Smash. So she can't do Mallet Smash normally. So that's where she just did the spinning overhead. So it's just Mallet Smash is out of Link's song. An overhead kick that can buff a low profile. Okay, look. I'm not going to call you by name, but I know who you are, who wrote this PlayStation blog. I know who you are. And do I get royalties for this? Am I gonna get any royalties for this? Hello. I'm a little bit concerned here because here, I'm gonna find this for you guys here. Where are my bookmarks? Yep, okay. Look, okay?
Can be a very wary decision for sure.
Maybe trying to punish a scissor kick or a stand medium kick. Oh, I still can't believe they gave Bison a sweep.
I know, yeah. The privileged sweep.
Exactly. For a character named Bison, you can't buffalo like that, right? I mean, come on, dude.
Holy smokes, James. You almost got me to curse on CPT broadcast.
I expect my check in the mail. Come on. Oh, you guys actually didn't see the video? Okay. Wait, did you see the video? Did you see it or did you guys miss it? Here, let's watch it again.
Can be a very wary decision for sure.
Maybe trying to punish a scissor kick or a stand medium kick. Oh, I still can't believe they gave Bison a sweep.
I know, yeah. The privileged sweep.
Exactly. For a character named Bison, you can't buffalo like that, right? I mean, come on, dude.
Holy smokes, James. You almost got me to curse on CPT broadcast. That was bonkers.
So yeah, I'm expecting my royalty check in the mail, Capcom, for using my pun. You're welcome. For my brilliant punnery and writing skills. Anyways, okay, yeah. Anyways, that can buff a low profile. The fourth is Link's Whirl, the move you should be standing alert for, like a prairie dog. During Link's whirl, Elena performs an additional spin to extend Link's song. So actually, her just canceling into nothing is just probably you don't do anything and she doesn't have the follow up. And so she actually has 4 different things. So this is the extension, which is what we saw where she was across the screen and did the double rotation. So if the aforementioned Leopard Snap, Harvest Circle, and Mallet Smash are performed after Link's whirl, their properties are boosted. A boosted Leopard Snap makes Elena plus on attack and block. Oh, okay. So they said Leopard Snap is a good way to get in, but by doing it after the Link's whirl, you become plus. A boosted Harvest Circle gives Elena more time to follow up attacks on hit, opening up more combos. A boosted Mallet Smash is quicker and makes Elena plus on attack and block. An OD Link's song provides all the benefits of Link's whirl without having to spin the second time. Got it. Remember this move before opponents call you a cheetah. So Spin Scythe is Elena's move from her past iterations where she performs a series of spinning kicks. The kicker here is that she can cancel Spinning Scythe into the aforementioned Link's whirl. That's what she's doing. So I was right. It's the same thing with the same... which can then be followed up again with Leopard Snap, Harvest Circle, or Mallet Smash. As you can see, Elena's special move transitions from one to another, and then another after that with multiple options to keep pressure and Jesus. She isn't monkeying around with Link's whirl and can send the opponent lost in the plains. Finally, Moon Glider is an evasive technique. I see. So she has the Link's song. The Link's song. And then she also has a Moon Glider, is an evasive technique where Elena steps back before performing a vertical spinning kick, sending the opponent in the air. Okay, so this sounds like this is just like a backswing blow move. So this actually, I don't know how minus it's going to be on block or whatever like that, but don't sneeze into my cool New Jersey. But finally, okay, so I don't know how minus is going to be if you can cancel and not do the kicks or something, but it is definitely a backswing blow-ish type of move. So, Radish, so this essentially is kind of what it is. So this is still what the Tuesday show used to be, but it's just me now. The thing you're asking is it still a podcast? Am I still uploading the audio stuff? So because I'm trying to rebrand everything, the SoundCloud and the God, why can't I remember what it's called? SoundCloud and the thing that you people listen to music with that has podcasts on it. Crap, why is my brain so bad? What is that site called? What is the Spotify? Thank you, Spotify. So yeah, SoundCloud and Spotify. I haven't had a chance to like transition them, so I'm like really behind. But all of the videos are on the YouTube page, where you can actually click on the live tab and you can watch these. So if you do want to listen to these as a podcast, you can actually bring up the YouTube page, click on my videos, and then click on the live tab. And from there, you can just start playing it and listen to it from there and essentially get the same kind of thing. I think YouTube's trying to do some more podcasty stuff on here as well, but that is an option. So that's an option. So anyways, back to this. Okay. For the Eagle-Eyed, Elena's level 1 super art, Meteor Volley. So it's not spinning beat ha anymore. Aw. Spinning beat ha is an effective anti-air and also allows for a follow-up attack on hit. Okay, and now the moment you've all been waiting for. During Elena's level 2 super art revival dance, she launches forward with a flurry of kicks and is invincible to all attacks on startup. Okay, no shock. If Elena is feeling a bit drained, she can forego some of the extra damage and use her trademark healing to gain some vitality. So they specifically do say it's health and it's not drive gauge here. So it's and you don't have to spend anything extra. It just sounds like you're just giving up damage to heal, basically. Finally, Elena's level 3 super, Art Song of the Grasslands, brings the power of nature to the fight as he delivers kicks with the power of the skies and plains. This is her classic costume. Yeah, I mean, every time we see her classic costume, she's always facing directly forward, which just really changes, what your perception of, like, the depth of her nose and her jaw and stuff like that. So it's really hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure it's the same face. So Elena's outfit 2 is her iconic outfit from Street Fighter 3 series and Ultra Street Fighter 4. You can earn this outfit by maxing out her bond in World Tour, or by spending fighter coins in the shop, or if you've already purchased the Ultimate Pass, you'll get Costume 2 for free. Elena comes with a brand new stage. Reniala remains, and I think it was Forest, did you say? Or is it Zilcho? Zilcho, I think you said that Reniala is a location in Africa, so that makes sense. Visit the plains of Africa at night as wildlife roam in the background, all lit by the glowing moon above. Finally, there will be a major balance patch. Oh, it was Zilcho, okay. It will be a major balance patch when Elena releases, meaning changes for all of the previous 25 characters and some system changes as well. I didn't read this before. Oh my God. Oh God, let's, okay. Again, I think Street Fighter 6 is in a great position. I don't think that the system changes need to be overhauled, but for the sake of variety, I like the idea of overhauling the game fairly significantly in like year 3 and 5, et cetera, because that just reminds me of how it used to be with Alpha 1 to Alpha 2 to Alpha 3, right? Because like those games are not the same game at all. They're completely different games, right? Even Street Fighter 3 New Generations, the Second Impact, to Third Strike feel more similar. But, I wouldn't mind seeing some, new additions, like drastic changes to some of these mechanics and stuff, because it's fun. I think it's cool just to kind of add a little more unknown and add a little more variety. It is tough because the first event, which is obviously Evo Japan, which is coming up this weekend, it is this weekend, right? Yes, it's this weekend. So Evo Japan is going to be played on the old build, and so Season 3 doesn't start until Elena comes out. So if you change the game a lot, it's going to be weird, et cetera, but maybe they weren't planning to release Elena this late originally, but we'll see. We'll see how much the changes are going to be, so we'll see. Well, again, like I said, I mean, MK devs, like when you actually did like MK1 and stuff like that, I mean, that's not that much of a change from like Alpha 1 to Alpha 2 or Alpha 2 to Alpha 3. Like Alpha 3, the change, like they added isms and like all of a sudden you could flip in the air. Like, dude, like it's just not even the same game, right? Like it's a completely different game all of a sudden. So, again, as Street Fighter players, we're used to those kind of changes. Keep an eye out for our social channels and website for the patch notes. Elena is the final character from year 2, and we can't wait for you to play her and find the optimal pass for your play style. She'll make sure all of your fights are never a bore. Hakuna Matata. She can be purchased with fighter coins and will be automatically unlocked for owners of the Year 2 Character Pass / Ultimate Pass on June 5th, or if you get the Years 1 through 2 Fighters Edition. And that's what's coming out on the Switch, the Years 1 through 2 Fighters Edition. So you get everything, and I always love the fact that Capcom does this, that they always release, like every 2 years, a comprehensive, like, oh, you know what? You want to get into the game and you haven't been playing? Here's a version where you get everything. Like, I love it. I hope Capcom never stops doing that. Kudos to Capcom. We don't often talk enough about the good things that the developers do. We always focus on the bad things. And the fact that Capcom has done this consistently throughout 5 and is now doing that here, I mean, great job to them. Great job to them. So, all right. Okay. So that's Elena. She'll be coming out in She'll be coming out in a month. Clicked on the wrong thing. She'll be coming out in a month. So very excited for this. I'm eager for this to see how she's gonna be, and she's gonna be coming with system changes. You know, obviously everybody's hoping for some throw loop nerfing, and honestly, you know, like I said, in this previous topic, I talked about why throw loops are kind of like considered strong, right? I don't think they're inherently broken. However, I do think that it is very spectator unfriendly. It looks bad. It makes it seem like, you know, the mix-up in the games, even though that mix-up is really deep, like in a way, like it's there's a depth to it, because you know if you get shimmied, you take a ton of damage, and that somebody is willing to throw you 7 times in a row is actually really, really like impressive, because most people aren't willing to do that. But it's hard to highlight that because it just looks bad. So I hope Capcom does take away throw loops in a good way that makes it so that, you know, you're not like completely nerfing something, but, you know, in a way so that people who are watching the game won't see this and, you know, hear groans, see the chat complain and everything like that. So, like I said, I would be okay if they added a new mechanic. My suggestion was like backdashing will trigger like a V shift kind of thing. And if they throw the backdash, you have an option to follow up with like a V break that like launches them across the screen for like 1,500 damage. And so you get out of the corner. And so if you do guess that they're going to throw, you have an option to really counter that and gain a lot of advantage by knocking them across the screen, getting, you know, decent damage, more than a throw damage, and knocking them across the screen. And that way, also, because you have to throw the backdash, if you backdash in the middle of the screen, it'll be hard to trigger that because you're moving backwards. And so that vulnerable box that will trigger that said new mechanic will be harder to throw. And so it works best in the corner. So I think that's something that you can do something like that. But even if they don't do that and they just make it so that everybody's like Chun-Li, that's fine too. That's fine, because then it'll be like Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, where, you know, wake up buttons beat meaty throws. They just do, right? Because there's enough throw invul frames in City of the Wolves that literally, if you press your fastest button, they can't throw you. Like, there's just enough throw invul frames to cover 4-frame buttons completely. Okay, anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for hanging out here, analyzing Elena's trailer here. I'm really looking forward to that Fighter's Pass, to be honest with you. That's going to be fun. But thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed this. And as I said, if you're looking for anything about this commentary freelance thing, I'm going to move it to next week. It's a reaction video to Sajam's recent discussion on this, but I'm pretty sure I could talk about it forever, so I didn't have the time today. So if you are looking at this and you're like, James, where's the video for that? I haven't done it yet. I will try to do it next week, okay? And also, somebody is very hungry, so I'm going to have to feed the cats. Yay! Oh, she looks so upset. Holy crap. That face. Okay, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching. And as always, the day that this podcast graced your ears, excuse me, Jasmine, was the most important day of your life. But for me,
It was Tuesday.
okay, we're actually officially done today. So thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I will catch you soon. And I am gonna get screwed again because I always forget Tuesday is maintenance day for, oh, it's no maintenance, or maybe it is, but it hasn't started yet. Okay, I'm gonna try to do my Street Fighter Duel dailies. I'll talk to you guys later. Actually, do I want to raid anybody? Do I want to raid? You know what? I'm gonna go feed cats. You know what? So I'm not gonna raid anybody. Have a good night. I'll see you guys later. God, I feel bad. Like, if I don't raid somebody, like, it feels like you're not recycling. You know what I mean? Kind of a thing. Like, it's just, I got viewers. I gotta raid somebody. I gotta raid somebody. All right, hang on a second. I just want to make sure that I actually, do something here. So let's see. A lot of Japanese players right now. Kakeru is playing. Kawano is playing. Noah the Prodigy is streaming. God, a lot of Japanese players are playing right now. Sorry, cats. I'm being picky here. Oh, Freakmaster's streaming here. He definitely raids me a lot and supports me a lot. So yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Freakmaster. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Take care, peace out, and see you next time. There we go.
Hit me. I don't know what the comp